Well, I totally messed this up. I had RPG Digest up and ready to go, so you guys don't get an intro. Screw that, you're going to get an intro. Just let me add the overlay, and we're going to pretend like we're starting this like professionals. Oh, this day's been great. Hey, oh, look at that. Hey, it's almost like I have a stream going on. All right, and now you get the intro. So let's pretend the first 30 seconds just didn't happen, all right? Here we go. Hello, Legionnaires, and welcome to some Rando RPG livestream. That's right, it is now time to sit down on the virtual couch where we will talk, rant, and joke about tabletop role-playing games. If we're lucky, we'll learn a thing or two. And of course, we will clown those unwashed and unkempt degenerates in this hobby who need to be pushed back into their noxious troglodyte caves. I hope you're ready, so let's get going. Hello, Legionnaires, and welcome to some Rando RPG stream. Now that we finally did this right. I'm telling you, if you knew about what was going on with my week, you'd completely understand that this just fit right into everything that's gone on this week. Oh, wow. So, hold on just one moment here. Oh, yeah. See, I knew there was something I forgot. Thank you, Malachi, for... I knew we had one more. Hold on. You're getting the link right now. I reached out to make sure you were here too, and I completely forgot, so that's my fault. I'm getting the folks who are going to jump in here ready to go. Obviously, I'll do my intro and yada yada. So there you go. All right, so we want to get through this pretty quickly. So let's say hello. I'm just going to quit. Like punching my microphone. I quit. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. So first of all, let's get the super chat up on the screen. First, for the first 30 seconds, woohoo, $5 for 30 seconds. I like that those rates. Can we keep that coming in every 30 seconds after that? Oh, man. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just so you guys know, well, so today, obviously, we have a special guest on, and we will get to him in just a moment, because then we're going to give dedicate the entire stream, however long he wants to be here. Well, if it's 6 a.m, I'm going to cry, so no. But however long he wants to be here, we're gonna have some fun. We're going to talk about Adventure Conqueror King Imperial Imprint in just a moment. But before we do that, next week, just so folks remember, it is the members-only live stream. And I don't have plans to have a public one after it, but you know how I am. That could change. But so members only next week, and I may have a giveaway. I'm not sure. We'll see how many people watch. So on the 3rd of November, Mildred the Monk and Xanatrix are going to come here, hopefully with a couple of the regulars on as well. And we're going to talk about game mastering, and I forget all the topics we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about a few things, so that'll be good. Be good to introduce you guys to them and introduce them to you. And of course, don't forget that at 5,000 subscribers, we have the Here Have Max's crap giveaway. That's right, I'm giving away my crap. I don't want any more. That's why I have holes on my shelves, because I'm giving away my crap. No, it's actually pretty good stuff. I mean, some of it's old, some of it's from the 80s and 90s, it might be used, but I showed it off on the members only live stream. I think there's a list of it out there. At some point, I'll make it the list public, but got to hit 5,000 for that, and then I plan to give away a bunch of old things that I just don't have a need for anymore, but I think could go to a good home. On top of that, we will do gift cards for international folks, because I am not shipping stuff internationally ever. So there. All right. So now what else? So let's you know what? All I'm going to say is this. I don't need to keep people waiting too long. I've had an amazingly busy, I wouldn't say a bad week. It's just been crazy busy, ridiculously busy. Lack of sleep has kicked in, and yeah, all that nonsense. So if I act weird tonight, it's not alcohol, although I wish it was. It's obviously couldn't start the stream correctly, could I? So it's just been crazy busy. So I'm happy to kind of sit down here, kind of relax finally, and have an awesome guest on to talk about an awesome awesome game system and product. So before we bring him in, let's, of course, I want to thank all you wonderful people who support us monetarily. These Friday live streams always 100% lose ad revenue. So it's your gracious donations that help us provide giveaways, produce more content, and generally give back to Legion Myth community as a whole. Today's Hunger Legions giveaway is $75. That's right. If we make $100 in super chats or Rumble rants, altogether, we will have our Hunger Games little competition giveaway, and that person will win. Well, you know the rules. Got to be watching, et cetera, et cetera. A $75 gift certificate to some place reputable. Now, with that said, with that in mind, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm telling you this week, man. Luckily, I've got a panelist on. If I remember what the hell I was going to say, I will say it. Of course, we appreciate everyone who subscribes to Legion of Myth. We have are we at 4,800 yet? No, we're not quite there yet. Almost 4,800 YouTube subscribers, and we are thankful for each and every one of you. Oh, I know what I was going to say now. Remember, if you're a member, you're automatically added to this. Well, if you're a member as of yesterday, you're automatically added to the game. You're in the game. Don't worry about it. For everybody else, if you super chat, you get added to the game, and we'll be doing it about 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, depending on how this conversation goes. So cool. All right, let's bring up our next. Go back here. Boop. We believe that role-playing games should take place in fantastic worlds. That the focus of the game should be on role-playing and having a good time. The core values of #RPGate and any good tabletop group are escapism, not representation, entertainment over activism, and natural, organic inclusion, not forced diversity. I have some weirdos that are making comments to some of my videos. That's a really passive-aggressive way. Nobody's ever had forced diversity before. Maybe you haven't read EN World or RPG, .net or whatever, but yeah, they actually do shout that stuff out there. They say, if you're not playing with at least 50% BIPOC and trans, then you need to find a new group. Fuck off. No, I don't. Just play with people who want to play the game with you. That's all you need to do. And of course, the charity we support is the Wounded Warrior Project, a national nonpartisan organization whose mission is to honor and empower wounded warriors. Please refer to the description below or click on that little smiley face guy. He loves you. He's smiling at you. He's got little nerd glasses. Go ahead and click on him to where you can make your hopefully tax-deductible donation. And don't forget that Heathen Dog and I are going to, well, mostly me, but he's going to help me out, thank God. We're going to have a 24-hour live stream on Veterans Day. So, all right, got all that taken care of. So, and let's first get that off the screen. I don't know why I feel so unprepared. Oh yeah, like, subscribe, share. There we go. Go full screen with that now. And let's first off bring in our guest of honor. Boom, we have Mr. Alexander, and is it Macris?
Macris, yeah.
Macris, all right.
Rhymes with peace.
All right, well, you're not going to find a lot of that here. We're antagonistic here. So
all good, I'm ready.
How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, I'm really good. Thanks for having me on the show. Excited to be here.
We had a short conversation before the stream starts, as we like to do it with folks, and I think it's going to be a fun time. I can already tell, unless it's just coffee, that you're happy to be here. At least you're pretending well, and I'm good either way.
Well, once you can fake sincerity, the rest is easy.
There you go. Can you teach me that trick? Because I need it.
Man, my joke is like everything I learned about social skills, I learned from just tabletop role-playing games, right? People are like, wow, how are you so good at business negotiation? Dungeon Master.
Hold on. I rolled a 15.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny you say that because I have a good friend of mine who his kid is, I think it's Asperger's or it might be autism. I don't know which one it is, but it's either one. But he helped socialize and normalize the kid through playing tabletop role-playing games. So
yeah, for sure. 100%. I think it's one of the absolute peak hobbies for intellectual development because you got to have math skills, verbal skills, social skills, visual, spatial skills, everything, history knowledge, military tactics knowledge, all of the obscure stuff I've ever learned in my life. It's always been from some tabletop game. My wife will be like, "Oh, honey, you're reading a book about mushroom farming. Are you thinking about getting into that?" "Oh no, I'm working on the dwarf supplement. The dwarves do mushroom farming."
Well, you know what? Back in the 80s, Cliff Clavin would have we would have found his perfect environment to be in.
True.
All right, let's bring in the It's actually the basic experts. He just comes over here to like, oh, fine, I'll join you guys. But let's bring in Victor.
Hey.
Sprying Dutchman. I was going to say, do we not get to actually see you today? Or?
No. We meet again, Mr. Bond, or should I say Macris?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mr. Gorcha? Yeah, you're on like every time I appear, you're there.
Yeah.
Somehow he's roached his way into everybody's channels.
Yeah, they don't call me the leech for nothing. So.
I didn't know they called you the leech.
One person did.
Now I'm worried about what they call me behind my back.
Talk after. Of course, because we're not international enough here with the Dutch. Let's bring in our Quebecois.
Hello, good evening. Nice seeing you again, Alex.
Hey, good to see you.
And we're gonna see each other again tomorrow.
That's right.
Yep.
So he's preparing everything now. Like, okay, Max asked that. Let's do that. That's how you should do it. And then finally, first time to this show. I've seen him once before, though, and long time, I'd say, viewer and supporter of Legion of Myth. Let's bring on Malachi. Good to see you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Pleasure to meet you, Alexander.
Hey, great to meet you.
So this panel, we're gonna have one more in a little bit. This panel here has been kind of set up, not directly, but I know these folks are fans of your game. Myself, people have said I'm either gonna love or hate you. I think in talking with you, I think we're going to get along just fine. But I'm going to be, just so YouTube be angry with me. I don't care. I love it when YouTube's angry with me. I bathe in your tears. I'm gonna be the Debbie Downer today, just a little bit. Just because, if we can't just have a complete love fest here, we have to balance it out a little bit. So I'm going to
down, bro. Can't bring me down.
Well, I hope I don't want to bring you down. I want you to bring me up. I want you to uplift me because I'm the problem, as everybody knows. But yeah, so these guys here are going to talk about all the things that they love about it. I'm going to talk about all the things. Okay, there's nothing I hate about it, but I'm going to pretend like I hate things. And no, we're actually you're going to teach me some things. Is really what's going to happen here because as we talked for just a few seconds before the stream started, I am a rulings over rules type of person. Not that I'm into story gaming. I believe that the dice create the story, so to speak. The dice are the tool to make everything happen. So I don't go in there preconceived notions, but I hate Path. I despise Dungeons & Dragons 3rd edition because everything's a lookup. Let me see what it says. Let me see what it says. I don't just make an adjudication and go on. So, things like that. Before we dive into that, let's first things first. Let's talk just a moment about this. What is it that you're trying to scam us into? Apparently, according to Twitter. So what do we got here? Adventure Conquer King, Imperial Imprint, ACKS 2. I love how you put that together. By the way, nice. ACKS 2 works because I prefer Roman numerals over the number 2, and this works out perfectly for me. So tell us a little bit about this. Like, why did you make this? Is this an OGL issue? Is this an expansion? Is it a true second edition? Et cetera, et cetera. Tell us whatever you want about it.
Yeah, so originally it was intended to just be a consolidation of the existing rules. The game has been out 11 years. There's been a new source book published every year, so as well as a quarterly fanzine called Axioms that had accumulated a bunch of material. And it was just beginning to get to be a lot, even for me who had designed all the game, to remember where everything was and which module I was using, etc. And so I started work last year on, kind of just a consolidation, and I was fixing up a couple glitches here and there. And then in January, Wizards of the Coast decides to commit perfidious treachery and deauthorizes the OGL and then undeauthorizes it. But, I have
trust them after that.
I have a heuristic that when an evil corporation tells you that they're planning to do something evil, you should just expect them to do that, even if they later say, oh, we totally aren't going to do that. So at that point, I said I'd better get my game off of the open game license because I don't want to lose the ability to sell, sort of my magnum opus because of their treachery. So I spent a good number of months removing a lot of the OGL material and replacing it with new material. And obviously, I'm still hoping that the game is going to be 98% backwards compatible with ACKS, but was going to be 99.9%. Now it'll be like 98%. So. Yeah, so that was the genesis of it. And then the other thing I would say is that since I had to redo so much anyway, I decided I may as well do a complete overhaul because I'm a better designer than I was 10 years ago. You know, design is a skill. And now, you know, that was my first major RPG. Now, you know, since then I've written like, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 pages of rules since then. So I'm a better designer now. So I can improve what I have previously done.
It's funny you say that. I've got about 3,000 pages of rules, and I wouldn't say I'm any better than I was before that. I'm still trying to figure out which. I'm trying to pull out like the 300 out of those 3,000 that actually make sense.
Well, Max, you also have to put them like facing the public. You have to, at some point, the rules have to face the public.
No, it's all mine, my precious.
No, it's true. It's true. Getting them out to the gamer community and watching them destroy your precious hard work is what you really need to do. That's the key to success.
Yeah.
1 second here. Apparently, I missed somebody's chat. Oh, yes, I did. So Crafting Gamer. Been a member now for 12 months. By the way, I started watching your game, Crafting Gamer. I'm actually watching it in the wrong order, but I'm seeing the result of your game and what Table Breakers thought of it. So looks like they had a pretty positive response to your game. But Crafting Gamer, now a member for 12 months, says we need Alexander run the school system. Just imagine our RPG-based learning system. Well, you know, again, people have heard me say this a few times that there's a book out there that has these things called the 9 Geniuses, and it talks about how people learn differently. My brother and I learn. You couldn't be diametrically opposite for how we learn, and so he did horribly in school, but the dude is not dumb at all. You get him with his hands-on working stuff, he picks up all that nonsense way better than I do. So I agree that.
I'm the same way.
You know, I actually used role-playing games to teach people at the Escapist how matrix management worked, because, you know, we were a young company and we had a bunch of, you know, young people. It was their first job. And, you know, the matrix management where you have your functional department where you report to the software development management, but you also have your project manager. And, you know, they were very confused about it. And so I used RPGs. I was like, all right, you know, your department, that's your class guild, right? Fighters guild, thieves guild, mages guild. So you've got your guild master of your guild, and he makes sure you do your guild job correctly. And then the project manager, that's the party leader for the adventure that you're currently on. And then you might shift from adventure to adventure, but you're always going to be a fighter or a mage or whatever. And that was great. And then after that, everybody argued about which department was actually the wizards.
I'm going to take that to work.
HR.
You know? No. That would require some intellect. HR does not have intellect. The bards are the HR.
Yeah,
HR's the adopted goblin.
Yeah. The wizard of the accountant.
There you go. So let's start at the beginning for just a bit here. Tell us a little bit about current Adventure Conqueror King, and we're not going to dive too much into it because I know you're here to talk about the updated game, but just to give people an idea of what it is and why they should be excited about that, and why we should even be excited about it going forward. But what is Adventure Conqueror King? What sets it apart?
Sure. So Adventure Conqueror King, it was birthed from the BX rule set in a campaign I was running, and I had this notion that I wanted to run a campaign that culminated not in go fight the big bad in the more bad dungeon, but in epic battles of the sort you saw in Lord of the Rings or in history. And so that required creating a lot of additional material. And the first game I ever designed was a war game. It was a miniature war game called Modern Spearhead. It was 6mm micro armor simulation.
Oh, wow.
We used to play it at West Point. And and so I know how to design war games. And so the challenge was, what do I need to do to make a Dungeons and Dragons like game that will segue cleanly into this war game at the high levels, where you can take your player character, now he's a commander or a hero on the battlefield. So that was the genesis of ACKS. And then to kind of ironically, after I released the game, very few people used the war game aspect, but they were like, we really love the economic system. You know, and the economic system had been created to provide like the logistics and supply and quartermaster mechanics you needed for the military aspect, right? Like if you know, to know how much you can supply an army from a particular area, you need to know things like how much grain do the peasants produce, right? So I had worked all this out. And then people just got like really into it and were like commissioning classes. Like I want a businessman character class. So anyway, so that's how ACKS started. It was this idea of wanting to create a 2-tiered game similar to, I guess like if you think about XCOM, where you have like the strategic game and the tactical game, or Total War, or something like that. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
funny, you know, I don't mention this often, but I'm sure I've said it enough through people. I literally work right now for the Air Force for wargaming.
Really?
So
Oh,
yeah, it's
nice.
not.
Okay.
So I tried getting onto that side of it a little bit more, but I'm an IT guy by trade, so I actually work the IT side of it. But I've gone through some of the wargaming classes that they have here. I see how they develop the games and so
Yep.
forth. So yeah, well, maybe we have to talk behind the scenes a little bit. But
Oh, that's so
they
fun.
actually create their own games here.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I did a little bit of consulting for the U.S. Army War College,
Mhm.
which was I was on a project where it was like a round table where we were working out how to do a war game that simulated battle against an AI that was smarter than humans. So like, how do you simulate hyperintelligence, which I thought was pretty interesting. And and I did a little bit for what is it, DARPA as well on a different project. So it's been
Cool.
fun on, you know, just kind of a side thing, but kind of feels validating.
Noro is not Ali Sheedy. I'm not working on robot. I work in war gaming. Air War College is one building away from me. I work in actually a more famous building than that one, but I don't talk too much about that. So ACKS started off as BX. What would you say sets ACKS apart? And by the way, Mr. Max, Malachi, Victor, if you've got anything that stays on topic, you know, for what we're talking about here, please interject. What would you say sets it apart from some of the other OSR style games out there?
Are we talking now ACKS 1 or ACKS 2?
Well, ACKS 1 to start. Let's get their brain juices going, and then we'll dive into all the cool stuff about ACKS 2.
Yeah. All right. So at the tactical level, so like the front end that you very quickly interact with, ACKS has 3 major changes from BX. So the first is that there's a proficiency system, and the proficiencies are kind of a combination of skills and feats, and they avoid like nested trees and things like that. So there's no need to, at 15th level, I've screwed up my build sort of thing. There's none of that. But they just let you customize your character a little more. So you have your fighter class, you know, you take fighting style weapon and shield and you're a hoplite. You take berserker gang and you're a warband member, like that kind of thing. The second is the cleaving mechanic. So in ACKS, fighters do more damage as they advance in level, so they get a damage bonus per level. And then when you kill a creature, you get to attack again up to a number of times equal to your level.
Okay.
And so that enables like a 14th level fighter can attack 15 times per round. And so he can just blend
As long as he keeps killing.
As long as he keeps killing. And since your damage goes up with level, your ability to kill goes up with level. And so a high level fighter can blend through an entire platoon of troops. And that becomes really important for 2 reasons. One, it keeps them quote unquote quadratic. So it lets them stay competitive with magic users. And 2, it makes them really fun on the mass battlefield because you can actually do that thing where like Achilles just kills every person on the battlefield in, you know, this awesome killing spree and rides over their bodies on his chariot. Like you want that in your heroic mass combat rules if you want the player characters to matter.
Yeah, it's
so
like that
change,
video game series.
Or there's that Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah,
right?
Dynasty Warriors. Yeah,
Yep. Very Dynasty Warriors. Exactly. High level fighters are like Dynasty Warriors. And then the third change we made at the tactical level was we got rid of Vancing and casting, and instead you have a repertoire of spells that your mage knows, and then you pick from your repertoire when you cast rather than having to memorize in advance. And that was a minor change, but it had some really good effects downstream. And then there were lots of little tweaks, like for instance, we reduced the size of fireball radius. We changed how some of the more powerful spells worked, and it was all designed to make sure that we were able to make mass combat make sense, right? Because like a 20-foot radius fireball, are you really going to form a phalanx? Probably not. You know, stuff like that. At the deeper level, of course, was all the robust mechanics for strongholds, domains, mercantile trade, magic research, etc.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's something like with the work you did with the fighter and the wizard, like kind of like almost bring the wizard down a bit and bring the fighter up by quite a lot. I think like this is something that is a big difference from other OSR. And for the longest time, before like talking to you, actually, like I kind of overlook, and before like your YouTube.
But you're just a magic hater, so I don't even know if I want you to continue on this line of train of thought here because you just.
But what I meant is like I often overlook like ACKS, saying like, well, it's an other OSR. I have plenty of them, you know. Like, but ACKS is not just another clone. Like some work has been put into it to fix some issue. Like that's what I would
Well, that's
say.
something I actually respect quite a bit, because you guys have heard me say it a ton of times here that I'm just so sick and tired of, oh, look, your version of Dungeons and Dragons and your version of Dungeons and Dragons and and that's why I respect things like Castles and Crusades, for example, ACKS, like, because they do something different with it that isn't just another clone, as somebody's homebrew of, so to speak, even if it's got the same core, whatever. One of my favorite things about ACKS, like, I didn't know that about the wizard side, and I'm torn on that one, because, like I said, part of me, I always loved the wizard and the fact that we're going to keep you safe behind. Don't you dare put your head out, because if you die, I'm going to strangle you. But it became an investment where it's like, oh, finally, I don't have to do as much anymore. Go get them, Ray, and just have the wizard nuke stuff. And I'm not saying that's good game design.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt
please,
you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we didn't change it in that regard. So it still is the case. You have to declare what spell you're casting at the start of the round. If you get hit before your spell goes off, you lose the spell. First level mage still only has one spell. So that's all the same. The difference is that a first level mage might have 3 or 4 spells in his repertoire. So he might have sleep, magic missile, charm person, and shield. And so he doesn't have to pick at the start of the day which ones he is going to use. He can be tactically flexible. And what we actually found is that it encouraged mages to do more than just be the fireball battery.
Yep. I get that.
Yeah.
It actually makes it more powerful, in my opinion, because in core BX, you just pick the one spell at level 1, and that's kind of what you're stuck with.
And you always pick the most powerful spell. And
Yeah.
so every mage is loading sleep, fireball, stinking cloud, which...
And I'm glad you made that clarification, because honestly, the point that I was going to make was kind of how nostalgic D&D is, but does it really make sense? Like, why would you play this character? Why would you ever go adventuring if you're a wizard? Why would you do this? And like you said, like, oh, I didn't learn comprehend languages for today, so can we talk to the monster tomorrow instead of today? And those are they're fun. Don't get me wrong. They're fun because they're nostalgic, but they are silly at the same time. Also, the flip side of it is you got the warrior. Part of me's like, warrior killing 14 things, but okay, wait a second, you actually have to kill these things in order to get that extra attack. So if you're slicing through, why not be heroic like that? And I despise feats, so I absolutely love the idea that it's just built into the class. So honestly, all of that became a win-win for me in how you describe that. One other thing that I'd like to talk about with that before we move into the next one, unless there's anything that you want to dive into that makes it special, is I'm a huge, and I don't care which way we go with this, I'm huge, I love race as class. I also love race class tropes. So I'm a second edition AD&D guy. That's where I did most of my Dungeons & Dragons. So I don't mind Elven Rangers that can go to level 9 or whatever it is. Right. But I also don't believe, because Victor's wrong in everything he ever says, in Dwarven Wizards. That doesn't make any damn sense. Like, you have a Constitution bonus against it. This is Dungeons & Dragons we're talking about now. It's Constitution bonus against it, 20% chance of failure of any magic item. They shouldn't be casting spells. But there are tropish ways that you can make these classes exist, or maybe not that specific class, but the races have multiple capabilities while still maintaining the tropes. I really thought that ACKS did a wonderful job of that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was, I think, one of our better innovations was, instead of having pick a class, pick a race, or pick one unity, you basically have separate sets of classes for each race. Although I have to give credit, that idea actually was first developed by Kevin Sembiata in the Palladium games, where he had the racial character classes, right? Like in Rifts, if you were like one of those dog boys, like it was both a race and a class, and there were a couple different classes you could choose for that race, and et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's kind of the route I went with. And I really like it. And I think the Buy the Sack supplement we did with all the different dwarf classes really showed how powerful that approach is. And I think it helps rebut this tendency we have of just thinking, oh, a fantasy race is just a human in a costume. It's like, no, this is a different species, So,
yeah, 100% agree with that. And of course, if you mention Palladium here, you're going to get half our audience backing your game already. So just keep mentioning Palladium. And
did you guys see my huge Palladium collection?
I did not. Well, you're showing some of that. I'm not the Rifts guy, by the way. You got I saw the Modern Compendium of Weapons there. One of my favorite books ever. I love penetration value. Robotech. There we go. Yep, that's Rifts.
That's my favorite.
Look back up. You got the black. Oh my god! Why does everybody have the black text one except for me?
Oh yeah,
Just stuff.
this is literally my childhood collection that I've had ever since. I've never let these books go.
Oh, Recon. We did a poll recently if we should cover Recon. Well, we had Kevin Simbita and Shano and Robertson on last week to talk about the new TMNT Kickstarter. So
yeah, I mean, I've got the whole thing. I've got them all. I could keep going for like an hour showing my play.
that's
Nice.
awesome. You mentioned Dog Boy, and hold on. And
Chris probably actually understands the Palladian system, unlike us.
Here is our resident Dog Boy.
Hey,
Got Crafty Matthew up. You're muted, Crafty.
I am muted.
No, now you're not.
oh thank God we have 6 now, and it's symmetrical on the screen.
Sorry about that.
That was throwing me
Hey,
off.
Crafty.
Yeah.
What is going on?
We were just discussing Palladium. Yeah.
Am I the only person that does not have the black textbook?
I don't have any. Well, I have a Palladian PDF. That's it.
Yeah, I don't have any Palladium as well.
Yeah.
Either. They didn't
I have
make
that
their way
vein as PDF.
out of
That's
the
it.
deck.
I was a
Oh,
real
yeah.
man and played Robotech and Riffs, not that furry stuff.
Ah!
Oh, whatever. Yeah, you played a furry character.
Right,
In
I know.
Shut
I
up.
was the dog boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. For 4 years.
Alex,
That's
you mentioned by this ACKS, the supplement. This supplement, if I understand correctly, is going to be wrapped up into the Imperial Imprint, right?
So
The-
not all of it.
Not all of it.
Not all of it, because that would make the imprint even bigger. But definitely, like some of the mechanical changes we made in Buy This ACKS were a precursor for what was coming in ACKS 2, and they'll be fully compatible with each other. So you can drop your Dwarven Furies and your Dwarven Machinists into ACKS 2, and it'll be all
And
good.
Dwarven Wizards.
So they don't have Dwarven Wizards. What we have are
Yes! I'm buying
Dwarven.
your game now.
We have Dwarven Earth Forgers, which use sort of a Gnostic approach to magic, and then we have
That's fine.
and then we have Dwarven Furnace Wives who can channel fire, but it's different. It's different. They're not traditional wizards.
And those
Max
are
and me
like,
had like a joke argument
yeah.
about Dwarven
Yeah.
Wizards, and it's like a whole meme now.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, well, because I'm a huge fan of the tropes. I don't like D&D. I don't like any edition of WotC D&D. Okay, and I don't like games that look at the races and, as you said, make them skin suits. I mean, that was the second edition phrase that said, don't just make them humans in funny skin suits. And I'm 100% in agreement with that. Why even have them if that's all they're going to be? As cosmetic changes. And again, when I see a game like X and I flip through it and I'm like, oh. These races have different capabilities that they can be, but they still fit within the typical, dare I say, Tolkien-esque concept of what they are. And I'm like, I'm 100% on board with that. Gives you options, but also gives you meaningful and what's the word I want to use? Meaningful and we'll just say meaningful limitations, but the limitations don't hinder you. They actually help you express your character.
Right.
Yeah.
Totally.
And you mentioned like the Dwarven Furnace Wives, because it's not only like some classes are not only limited by race, but also limited by gender. So
Yeah. Well, there's a few that are limited to females only.
Blade Dancer.
And that was inspired. Yeah, that was inspired by Antiquity, where which was generally repressive of women, but then they would carve out like these particular niches for very talented women, and then they were given massive respect, right? Yeah. Like, your typical Athenian woman was, fairly suppressed, but then like the oracle at Delphi could give orders to kings, basically. Mm-hmm. So I kind of wanted to have that bit of a vibe. And then I leave it up to the judges, like how much they care, how much they want to enforce that. Like if somebody wants to have furnace husbands, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
So you're saying you're not going to send like the Pinkerton to people playing the game. But I think like those are limitation on gender also, like the same way we say like, oh, limitation in class and race does make the distinction between race more meaningful. This also make distinction between gender more meaningful, and sometimes like it's refreshing.
Yeah. I thought it added flavor. So for instance, we have a cleric class called the Blade Dancer, which is they're basically priestesses of the goddess of love and war. And so, they have like the super elegant, graceful fighting style. They wear light armor. They have magic to augment their damage and things like that. And it's kind of cool. If you want to say, hey, I'm running it with male blade dancers, go for it. But I thought it was interesting because it's like Ishtar and Inanna.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you guys have any questions before we go into ACKS 2? Do you have any questions, comments, anything you want to bring up about ACKS 1? All right.
No.
Not yet.
All right. So you got a little understanding of what ACKS is. Well, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. There's one more thing that I wanted to address with ACKS 1. The whole concept of adventurer to conqueror to king. Now, this is one of those where I want to be convinced.
Okay.
I'm the guy that wants to be in the party. In fact, when I'm running games, I a lot of times can't stand it when they're trying to grab henchmen and so forth. It's like, you guys are the party. You're the Dragonlance companions. You're the was that companions for Dragonlance? You're Frodo and Sam. You are the ones doing it. I don't want other people doing it. I want you doing it. That's why that's why I'm here. And as the player, that's how I am as well. I don't care if I'm level 1 or level 20. I want to be the one doing it, not the one sending people off to do it. So tell me how that growth works. Mm-hmm.
So let me answer that. So first off, I think look at Lord of the Rings, which you used, right? Okay,
Sure.
well, maybe you're Frodo, but maybe you're Aragorn. And what does Aragorn do? Aragorn becomes King of Gondor, and he leads the armies of Gondor on massive battlefields. The entire last third of Aragorn's arc is about him taking power, becoming kingly, leading armies, and it's huge mass combat.
Sure. Yep.
Likewise, Dragonlance, Lorana, right? Lorana starts off as this first level kind of, elf hottie. And then by end of the game, she's the golden general and she's leading the armies of the Knights of Solamnia and the elves against the Dragon Lords. So even if that's like your baseline, that fantasy requires you to have that progression, because it doesn't end with Lorana is like still, she's everybody's kid sister and hot, but now she's 14th level, right? So I'd say that's number one. Number two, this notion that being a king means sending other people off to die is a very modern notion. That is not the notion of the ancient world. In the ancient world, the king is himself on the battlefield.
Like Alexander. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Alexander the Great. Or tons of other guys like Hannibal of Carthage. All these guys, they're on the battlefield. They're fighting heroically. King Richard the Lionheart, right? Yep. Like he wasn't King Richard the backseat driver. He's King Richard the Lionheart. He dies from getting hit with a crossbow bolt on the battlefield. So to me, the question is not is your character doing stuff? The question is the context in which you're doing it. And what I kind of reject is the idea that at first level you go out in small groups and you fight low-level bad guys, and then by the time you reach max level, you still just go out and fight groups, but now the bad guys are a little bit more powerful and the traps are a little deadlier. And it's like, we can do better than that. And you still do heroic and amazing things, and the focus still stays on the player characters, but what they're doing is at a larger scale.
I'd like to add to that. In Howard's Conan, right? Conan was a captain of a pirate ship, or he did lead men into armies, but Howard still focused a lot of the action on what Conan was doing while he was leading men in various different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well,
Go ahead, Malachi. You look like you can say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are good examples. Legend of the Five Rings with their mass combat. It focuses on the PCs and what they're doing while leading everybody.
Yep.
Mr. Max, did you want to? I thought like everybody was trying to jump in there.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I was about to say also, like like even in Howard, like there's like the first story that he wrote, Conan is king, but like the stories about like assassination attempt and stuff like that, you can still have this level as well. You can still you can like duel, you can have like honor fight, and I said, like, when people like do them and play, like, don't fucking run it like a spreadsheet thing. You get in the field, you get in meeting, you discuss things. There's a lot of opportunity for role play there as well. It's not just like, no, I'm just like putting number in a spreadsheet and calculating. There can be some of that, but do it in role play. Don't just do it like sitting in front of the screen like by yourself. Like, you need to acquire grain. That's an opportunity for role play. You go, you need to make a deal with somebody. You just don't say like, I'm buying grain and sending gold. No, there's no internet back then. You have to move your ass and go talk to somebody. So there's that as well.
One of the final battles in the last campaign that I wrote ran was the characters had to evacuate the local town to the dwarven fortress. This is going to sound real Helm's Deep because it is. And they evacuated back to the Dwarven Fortress, after clearing out the Dwarven Fortress of all the ghouls and things and all of that, and because an army of orcs was coming, right? So during the battle, right at the very beginning, they were up on the wall directing the battle. But then they noticed a bunch of sorcerers that were going to summon in this demon pig to come ram the walls. So the players went down to the battlefield and went across the battlefield to stop this summoning ritual, while still, men were coming up to them. Sir, what do we do? What do we do? Well, go here. Make sure that you go talk to like Smith back there, and just make sure that everybody's okay. And so they were part of a skirmish while still being part of the larger battle.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you have rules for that too, but I'm sure we'll get there. But I wanted to say, like the way you have the fighter set up, for instance, really plays into like the whole them being a hero unit. You're the general in the golden armor on the white horse that leads to charge. You're the first one that hits the enemy lines, and like your men, they just see like 12 people that just start flying because you're sweeping your sword around, and they're like inspired. And then your army hits the lines after you, and it turns into like this mass battle. But you're, like I said, you're the hero unit. You're like the emperor, just like slaying people by like the dozens, and that's really cool.
One of the things that I do want to say for the folks that are putting examples in chat, almost all of that is solo role play. I don't do solo role play. I'm not saying that's what they're saying here, but a lot of like oh, this one solo character did all this stuff. I like my groups to be big. Well, let me rephrase that. No, I don't. I like my groups to be 6, 7. Now, I'm not at the 14 or 25 people, but I also can't stand groups of just 3. I won't even show up to run a game if there are only 4 players.
Wow.
No, I have 5 is my minimum, and I want 5 to 7 players plus me. Actually, 8 I can handle 8, but that pushes it. I love 6 players plus me is my perfection, and I can just say that in the groups that I've run. And this is a weakness of the group. It's not a weakness of the game. This is a weakness of the group, is they wouldn't have wanted to spend the time without, they wouldn't have wanted to spend the time because this person would over planning being a general. Person would have been over planning running his, his clergy. This person would have been, and it would have been like solo role play 6 times, and they wouldn't have want that. So and this is where I'm going to get back to this. What does Adventure Conquer King do to facilitate that, to make me comfortable having 6 people at the table say, you're leading these armies? Obviously, we got a portion of the fighter side of it. Dude, you can kill 14 people. And I think Victor made it a perfect analogy. I love that visual that Victor just gave of crashing into the army and going forth. But I've got 6 players at the table, all want to be involved. How does the game facilitate that?
Sure. Great question. All right. So let's start with the idea we're using the full Domains at War system, which is the tabletop war game that the game segues into. So the way that game is built is that armies are divided into divisions. Divisions are divided into units. Each division needs a commander, and based on the commander's intelligence and wisdom and military strategy abilities is the division's initiative. Based on the commander's class and charisma is the division's morale modifier, right? And then each unit can have a lieutenant or a hero attached to it. So for a typical army, what's going to happen is you're going to have 3 or 4 of the players are going to be commanders because they have good intelligence or good charisma or both. And then you're going to have a number of the other players, as well as various henchmen, are going to take positions as lieutenants in important units or as independent heroes on the battlefield who function as units in and of themselves. Okay. And so every round, everybody is doing things, everybody is participating. And the way the game is set up is, the idea is that when Ancient Battle starts, it isn't one guy sitting 2 miles away phone calling people and being like, hey, Bob, I need you to move up the phalanx. It's literally everyone's rolling initiative and they act on their initiative and they have action points to move their units. And, it might be he's screaming at you, Jim, I need you to set. And you're like, I'm going to do this thing over here. So it works. It works with cooperative groups. It works with competitive groups, whatever you want to do. It's fun. Now, if we dial it down a level and we're like, all right, we just want to do more abstract mass combat. So the way that works is the army fights using a very abstract system of battle ratings. But then each turn of the battle, the player characters get the opportunity to do what's called a heroic foray. And during the heroic foray, each of them can basically wager their character against a certain number of enemy units, enemy troops, and they can either do it individually on different parts of the battlefield or all in one spot. And then that battle, you zoom in and you fight it out using the core ACKS rules. So again, every round, everybody gets to do something. Like we're going to do a heroic foray, and the wizard gets to do wizard stuff, and the fighter gets to do fighter stuff. And so there's never any sense where someone's sitting there being like, I've got nothing to do. You know, the thieves are running around assassinating enemy commanders. The mages are blasting fireballs. You know, the clerics are inspiring entire platoons with bless spells, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then outside of that, so then you mentioned the question of like congregants and things like that. So this is an area where ACKS 2 is a lot better than ACKS 1, because we did sometimes have problems in ACKS 1 where it's like one guy was really into domains and nobody else gave a shit. And what do you do? Okay, and we had that, and that was admittedly a problem. So I put a lot of work into fixing it. So in the new system, so one, you can set up your domains so that they have senates. So the players are the senators of the domain, and everybody gets a vote on what happens. You can set them up as oligarchies, where you run it as like an oligarchy, and you share the money and share the expenditures. You can also set up so that I'm the lord of the realm, and then you're my chaplain, you're my captain of the guard, and you're my moonerator, and so we all share in the experience and the wealth that way. So however, or we can set it up as a feudal thing where I'm the lord, you're the vassal, or we could each have our own domains and they're in an alliance. So there's like lots of ways you can structure it. And then there's also a lot more other types of downtime activities for people that aren't interested in that. We've got rules for abstract wilderness adventures, abstract dungeons, merchant caravans, passive investments in business, like kind of anything you could possibly ever think of you'd want to do. We've got a mechanic for it. So every type of player generally finds something they're really into and grooves on.
See, again, I said I was going to come in here with a little bit of a confrontation, convince me. And so far you're convincing me, because I do like that. I like that conceptually, that, it isn't just pitting, because again, I'm just using my experience as the example. I played all over the world, but this has been my experience. There's always that, penis sizing where it's like, well, Jim over there, he's got the big kingdom, so I can't do anything. So why am I even playing the game anymore?
Right.
Whatever it happens to be. So I like the fact that there are different avenues you can go. Plus, there are also people like me who, I'm 50 years old now. I don't need to, be the alpha male at the table. Like, it's all about me. I'll play the support character, or the support leader. I don't have a problem with that. So knowing that is facilitated in the game and there's a construct for that, that's awesome.
We've actually got a couple other really fun things are worth mentioning. So one, so for the clerics, you can actually proselytize and send out missionaries and acquire congregants. And if you become a ruler, or you're the spiritual advisor to a ruler, you can make his peasants worship your god. And by having congregants worshiping your god, you acquire divine power, which then you can use to cast ritual magic or create magic items, or you can just take it yourself for XP, which is hilarious. But and then the wizards can do things. They can do magic research. They can set up dungeons to attract monsters, and then they harvest the monsters for magic parts that they can use for further research. They can do spell experimentation and break the laws of magic and do all sorts of wacky stuff. And then the thieves can set up criminal guilds and spy networks and send people out on hijinks, and all the systems interact, right? So like, let's say you have a Senate, and the Senate has some player characters and some non-player characters, and one of the non-player characters starts to get a little bit grumpy and he's not going along with the program. Well, then your high-level thief sends his assassins guild to go take out the senator, and then you conveniently replace him with a henchman, and it's beautiful.
Why am I picturing Malazan Book of the Fallen right now?
Oh, totally. Malazan Book of the Fallen or Game of Thrones. You can do any of that. Yeah.
So this is where I think Max is going to yell at me a little bit. But what you were talking about.
Are you changing topic?
No.
Well, then I'm not going to yell you.
About sending the Thieves Guild, right? Or your members of the Senate. There is no reason why the high level thief character couldn't send the guild out, and the guild party that's going out to assassinate couldn't be made up of more player characters that your table is playing.
Absolutely.
I know that bothers Max because Max wants to play only one character,
one person, one character. But I get it conceptually. I don't have an issue with other people doing that. It's just at my tables, I don't want people thinking about other characters. I want them thinking about the one character that they're playing right here. So, but I wouldn't have a problem with that necessarily being NPCs. sending them out to go do their thing. Have a random roll, or maybe even just tell me how you're setting up this plan, and then maybe just. How do I say? Well, I would always have it come down to a random roll if it's not the players actually doing the action anyway, but have that random roll affected by how well that plan is developed.
So that's exactly how it works in ACKS, right? So ACKS 2 in particular. So you can pick your crew that's going to do the hijink. So let's say it's like a smuggling hijink. And then you decide how much time they're going to spend planning it. So they do hasty planning or long-term planning. Then you look at the proficiencies that the characters have and the levels and the classes and whatnot. You make some rolls, and then the results will either be like a success, with everyone gets accomplished all good, a partial success where they get some of it, but some people are in trouble. Everybody can land in jail, and there's like a system to determine what crime you get charged with, and what threats you're under. It's like. And you can handle it in 5 minutes if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah,
and then you're
I'm glad I mentioned it then.
Yeah. And I think this is before you go, Mr. Max. Actually, I want this information given out because I don't want us all to be, or any of us to be locked into like, oh well, I guess the game only does this one thing. No, if it does 5 different things, I'd really like to know what the 5 different things are, so people know that there are options out there. You know how I am crafty with the fact that I've always said that. I don't like a game. I like a framework for a game. I don't like a million rules that I have to look up. With that said, I like the idea of the game having all the possibilities. I want fleet combat. I want magic combat. I want from duels to grandiose. Whatever you can think of. Hey, if you can somehow figure out how to jam in Spelljammer, flying into space, I want that. I want that in the game, so I don't have to think about it itself.
Right.
But from there. As long as I'm not looking things up every 5 minutes, I think that having options is a good thing. If I choose not to use the option, if I choose to use the option, it's there for me.
That's a bold statement coming from a dirty campaigner. So, but Max had a comment.
Where what?
Yeah, I think like the true play works well, like because especially if your group is not that much into like the domain play, you can reach there and kind of semi-retire the character, and you can say you're gonna keep playing in the same campaign, the same world, but now like the king is your old character, and maybe once a month we're gonna go back and like now we're doing the king stuff, and then you can go back or you can mix both of them, like some lower level character, the lower level thief deal like he's the spy for the king, and then you can mix the groups. I think it's a very good way to it can lead to a lot of like very interesting like interaction between the different party.
I'll give it.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. No, go.
Also, I want to also say something about like the heroic foray. If I understand correctly, there is like you say, you kind of bet like you challenge yourself against another enemy. So there's like always like a kind of like a risk, push your luck kind of mechanic. And because that's always something that bothers me when they like sometimes a lot of like mass combat system. You got one thing to do, and every round you're gonna do this one thing, you're gonna roll the dice, but you don't have meaningful choice. When you start integrating like this push your luck mechanic, it gives you always a choice to make. You want to take risk, like risk reward kind of thing, and I think that's very important to keep the player engaged as well. So that's also something I would
absolutely. Yeah. So to go back to your earlier point, what I've tried to do, and I haven't managed to do this for every aspect of the game, but what I've tried to do in general is for each area of the game, there's the detailed rules for it, and then there's the abstract rules for it. So obviously most of the game at the early levels in particular, you're going to do detailed dungeon crawling, detailed wilderness expedition, right? And then we've also got detailed rules for mass combat, detailed rules for being a thief. But then for all of those, there's also an abstract rule set. So for instance, if you wanted to, you could actually resolve a dungeon entirely abstractly. We don't want to go do this dungeon. We're going to send our henchmen. Here's the 6 henchmen. The GM knows what's in the dungeon, and here's the abstract system. And then the players roll the dice, and some of their henchmen come back with treasure, and some died in the dungeon, and it's boom, it's done. But you don't have to use that. You could also do it the way like the crazy bro SR guys do, where they have like multiple tiers of players, and actual human beings are playing all those guys. You can do it that way too. It's all good. It's maximum choice.
I like that. By the way, apparently I missed a super chat. I don't know when it came in. I'm sorry for missing it. Chat's been going by pretty quickly here, and I've been enthralled with what he's been saying. So Halstan says, we all know Tasselhoff Burfoot was the greatest here in the Dragonlance books. You paid $5 just to make me say that, didn't you, sir? But there we go. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. By the way, just so folks know, if we get $100 in super chats and or Rumble rants tonight, we will we'll have our Hunger Games or whatever you want to call it giveaway. It's a $75 gift certificate or a gift card or whatever it's called from like Drive-Thru RPG or Palladium Books or wherever, as long as it's somewhere legit. Okay,
Max, you were talking about like your size of group earlier, and I was wondering, like, I was curious about like what Alex' favorite size of groups is. What do you usually run? Are you like more like a big group or small group kind of guy?
Yeah. So my current group, I have two different groups. I have a virtual tabletop group and a home group. Virtual tabletop group is 5 players. The home group is 8 players. I generally think 5 or 6 is the sweet spot, but I have run with very large groups. When at the Academy, at the War Games Club at the Academy, I had 14 players with a waiting list to join the campaign. And that was a struggle, but it worked because everybody was in the military, and so like they set up a chain of command and took orders, which was kind of hilarious. I think that would be a tough size to run with a bunch of
civilian
hippie civilians. Yeah, totally. But yeah, I would say like 5 to 7 is probably the sweet spot, but I'll run with down to 3. I'm happy to run with 3. I don't like to run for less than 3.
Yeah, 3 is what I prefer. I think no.
I have a follow-up question to that. You mentioned that you have an online group, a VTT group. Any plans on maybe like a Kickstarter level where you're going to add, say, like a Foundry module?
Oh yeah, so that is our big stretch goal for the project. If we really blow it out of the water, it's going to be a Foundry module with 3 tiers of like basic Foundry, really good Foundry, and oh my god, I'm drowning in a sea of cash Foundry. And
you're going to drown in the sea of cash because everybody I've talked to wants this game.
I hope so. I hope so.
I want to. I just want
my production cost, I suppose. Go ahead, Victor.
I want the Foundry module because I'm terrible at math and remembering bonuses and stuff. So I want Foundry to automate ACKS for me, basically. I think I need that.
That's because you do all your math in Dutch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
true.
It's a different type of Malachi. You're going to say something?
Yeah, Vic just wants to make a weapon supplement for the game. That's all.
Oh yeah, also that.
Oh, nice.
ACKS model.
Firearms.
Yeah.
ACKS 50 cal.
Yeah.
All right. Well. So we kind of got some groundwork laid. So let's now start talking about ACKS 2. Before we talk about the physical product, let's talk about what you plan on putting in it. Like, what are the major changes? And have you redesigned it from the ground up? What are the major changes? What's going to excite people? Especially, and the biggest question I've received is, if I already have ACKS 1, why the heck do I need ACKS 2? So go ahead and just lay it all out there for us.
All right. So first thing, we have solved, quote unquote, thieves in the same way that we solved the quadratic mage linear fighter problem. So thieves have been like a love-hate class for a lot of OSR gamers, with some insisting they're perfect just as written and some insisting they never should have even been added to the game, and every opinion in between. So to spend a lot of time and energy figuring out how do we actually fulfill that thief player fantasy of the sneaky scout, the guy who can get into the tombs that others can't, et cetera, et cetera. And we've made it work, right? So thieves have like shadowy senses, so they can prowl around in the dark. They have the ability to methodically search and methodically pick locks, so that it isn't just like, well, you failed on your 5% chance, and I guess you can come back in 20 sessions to try again. Like, it's kind of unfun, right? Yeah. So we fixed thieves. That's big. Then, for a lot of one of the errors I made when I designed ACKS 1 was that the domain management used iterative math. So in other words, to know how much revenue a kingdom earned, you had to know how much revenue the duchies earned. But to know how much the duchies earned, you had to know how much the counties earned, and to know how much and so it made it more complex than I wanted. And that recursive math is the origin of the spreadsheet jokes. So I eliminated all of that in ACKS 2, and I found some very clever hacks that now all you need to know is how many families you have on your domain, and just the titles basically of the people that are your vassals, and that's all you really need to run with. And so they just pay a flat tribute based on what title they have, and so that makes it so much easier. Like you can now, like I ran a Lord of the Rings campaign using the ACKS 2 rules, and like the domains were just a character sheet, and we just updated the character sheet, no problem. We've also completely revised the Mercantile Ventures rules. Those were another area where I felt there was a little too much complexity, needless complexity, right? Like,
and what do those support?
Okay, so the Mercantile rules are if you wanted to be, for instance, like a merchant mariner who has a ship and he travels from port to port and he buys like silk in China and then carries it to Egypt where he buys grain and takes that to Rome, right? So that kind of thing. Demand modifiers, carrying passengers and transport. So we've got that working on a much cleaner, faster, better method. Everyone who's tested it has said it's an order of magnitude improvement. For the magic research, now we've added all sorts of fun expansions to that. So much more robust mechanics for creating your own magic items, crossbreeding monsters, doing experiments, creating undead. Anything you can think of that you might want to do as an evil wizard, you can do.
Nice.
He really is talking to me. I mean, he is really trying to get me to buy this game. Like,
so yeah, all of that's better. Then, so the next thing I did is I went back and I said, for all the rules I've written, I actually haven't ever really taken my same approach to actually like the core dungeon and wilderness loop. And so I went back and I did that. So now, like for the dungeon rules, now I actually figured out like, well, if you're spelunking and you have to rappel, how does that work? If you have to do a crawling traverse over a chasm, how does that work? Because previously it just always forced the GM to make it up. And it's not like that stuff is uncommon. Like, oh, we throw a rope to get across the chasm. Well, now there's some simple mechanics for it. It's all laid out for you. Likewise, wilderness expeditions. Now there's rules for weather, mud, etc. And they're set up and they literally say in the rules, they're like, GMs can vary widely. Some really care about wanting you to play a wilderness survival game, and others, it's not important to them at all. So these are all optional rules. They may be used or not. Talk to your GM. Done. So, so a lot of robust material. Then we added a complete set of rules for naval combat, which are super fun. The ships kind of move across the battlefield on one map, and then you have like the tactical combat happening on the ships on another map. And then all of the combat rules from Domains at War campaigns for maneuvering armies, raising armies, supplying armies, and battling are now in the core rules integrated as well. So it's just an overall spectacular improvement.
So once again, I want to express, because you've said this, and you can correct me though if I'm overemphasizing this, is all of the stuff is there for you to use if you want to. Would you say it's modular, like as in you can kind of pick and choose how you want? That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really and it's also written so that the stuff that everyone needs is up front, and then as you go progressively through the book, it's like this is the stuff you'll need later and later and later in a campaign. Yeah, so you could read the first 5 chapters of the rule book, and that's everything you need to do dungeon crawling and wilderness expeditions. And
I'm supposed to be sitting here arguing with you, and you've already convinced me. Stop it.
So did you get the idea to do that, where like you start with the dungeon, then you go the wilderness? Did you get that idea from like how BECME increases its? Oh, great, awesome.
Yeah,
which is my favorite version of Basic because of how it kind of takes you by the hand and brings you through it.
Yep.
Yeah. I want to say like what you said about like the game is like you said, it's modular and stuff like that, and that's something that because people think that ACKS is very crunchy and stuff like that. Like Rex still was saying earlier in the stream, like ACKS is crunchy in a different way than Pathfinder is, and I think that's fair because when you play the game, it's not much more crunchy or more crunchy at all than any other OSR game in a way. Like when you're at the table, when you're playing, you have like those systems that you can use, that the GM can use, that you can add. A lot of it for world building, for world design, stuff like that. A lot of it for this thing is coming up. So now instead of me having it to make it up on the spot, I can look it up, stuff like that. So it's not like I think like in the what
I said it's not crunchy. It tastes like paper to me.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's funny because I get 2 recurring criticisms of ACKS, and they're usually from the same person, and it'll be number 1. ACKS is just like BX, or ACKS is just like BECME. And then number 2 is ACKS is too crunchy. And I'm like, both of these things cannot be true because BX is not a crunchy game.
Right, not even close.
You know?
Are they both true? Because when you play, it's like BX. It does play a lot like BX. But if you want to deep delve into it, you can get the crunch. You can add
Exactly.
you can add how much peanut in your peanut butter as you want.
Yeah.
So
you can also play it the way Max likes it, where you're just doing heroic dungeons level 14.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can if you want to. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So,
it's a lot like Microsoft Word. You open it up, you can just use it to type text and never think about it, or you can be like, I'm structuring templates.
Yeah.
I'm doing VLOOKUPs in Excel. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Nerds.
Right. Well, I was kind of. Never mind. It's out of the scope. So, Game with ADHD for $10 wants to give Mr. Macris here some more work to do. He says, "Are there plans for a sci-fi modern supplement for ACKS 2? Some of us prefer our ray guns and spaceships to swords and horses."
So, no plans currently. I do have an unpublished draft of an ACKS Cyberpunk game, which is quite fun, and I played it with my home group. But no particular plans right now to publish it. I tend to publish where I think there's a market for it, and sort of the water is blue rather than muddy, right? So like, nobody else was doing mass combat focused domain play D&D type games. So that was a great place to be. No one else was doing crunchy superhero games, so that was a great place to be. I haven't really figured out how I could do a cyberpunk game better than Cyberpunk 2020, or a mecha game better than Battletech or Mechton. And for science fiction itself, like the general genre, the problem I have is that, like, on the one hand, you want to do aliens and space horror, but then on the other hand, you want to do Star Wars. On the other hand, you want to do Star Trek, and these are not really the same game,
right?
And I'm not quite sure which one would be the best suited for my talents. So
what I would like to see is a hard sci-fi version of Ascendant. That would be like
that would be fun. Yeah, that would be. Game.
Mega Traveler or Traveler 5.
I'll gladly write some modern classes and like equipment for ACKS 2. I can't promise that I'm going to write like a modern domain play system. That's a little bit beyond me, I think. But like all that other stuff I can do. So yeah,
if you can't model entire countries, forget it.
Yeah,
you saw
that's in the third-party license.
In the private chat, I give you like the name for the modern supplement for ACKS. By that AK, I rule.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
What about Conahu?
What's that?
The Barbarian Conquerors of Conahu.
That's a great fun book. So my friend Omer Joel wrote that. His main gig is over at Stella Gamma, where he does a lot of Traveler type material using the OGL Traveler rules. And he approached me and wanted to do sort of a Sword and Planet supplement for ACKS. And it's a ton of fun. So it's not really science fiction in a traditional sense. It's more Sword and Planet. So you have like, barbarians that are struggling to understand how to use laser guns while, alien visitors fly over planets and mutilate dinosaurs. It's like this very wacky kind of a thing, but it's super fun.
Thundar the Barbarian.
Yeah. That's it. It's Thundar the Barbarian, a little bit of He-Man. Yeah.
One things I'd like to dive into, especially now that we're talking about ACKS 2, see if there are any changes. Is you keep mentioning this quadratic formula between the fighters and the wizards and so forth. When I hear that, I get nervous, because one of the things I love about Palladium that a lot of people don't is that things aren't balanced. I think balance is an illusion. I think balance is nonsense. And I don't think that people should aim for balance. I think they should aim for viability. Mm-hmm. So what does it mean when you talk about this quadratic formula, but not only, we don't need the math behind it necessarily unless you want to, but like the importance of that, and what does it do for the game as a whole? And how does that feature for like every one of the character classes, races, classes in the game? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm probably near you, but not quite the same on balance, but maybe the same. So I don't think the measure of balance is that every person every round has the same level of combat effectiveness, which was like the 4th edition approach to balance, right? Mm-hmm. What I think is the game is balanced if in its niche, the class, if well played, is the best at its niche. So if we want to use like a Palladium example, if my Fox scientist is a better Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle than your Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, such that when I open up that rulebook and people are like, oh, you want to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? You should actually make a Fox scientist, because real Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles don't work very well, but Fox scientists have all the best stuff, which was very much the case for like 3.5 and some 5th edition and some Pathfinder builds. Then I think your game is broken. And it's not broken because there's a difference in power between the two. It's broken because you've destroyed the niche protection, which makes tabletop games a group endeavor. You got to protect the niches. So that to me is the goal. protect the niches. And the problem that 3.5 in particular had is that mages destroyed everyone, wizards destroyed everyone else's niches. You never needed to bring a thief because you've got detect traps and knock and invisibility and moves. Why do you need a thief? Why do you need a fighter? You just do Tensor's transformation, or you have a druid who shape changes or whatever. And I remember when I got really into 3.5 and I wanted to play a fighter, and all of my 3.5 expert friends were like, oh no, if you want to play a fighter, actually what you want to do is Barbarian 4, Ranger 6, blah, blah. Yeah. Like, no, if your game forces you to make bizarre hybrid choices that make
Lego characters, and I hate them.
Yeah, exactly. Then I think that's broken. So, so that's my general philosophy on balance, I guess.
Okay.
And where 5e decided to go instead was they just gave everybody spellcasting abilities. From fighters and thieves to everybody. So to Max's question then, to bring it back to that question, how did you not balance, but does the fighter support the magic user until it's the other way around?
So certainly at lower levels, you get a situation like this where, the fighter can fight every round, the fighter has a high AC, and the mage has one powerful spell that he's going to drop at a crucial moment. So that's traditional Dungeons & Dragons gameplay. I think it works. It's lasted for a reason, and it absolutely is the case. What changes is how it plays out as you get to higher levels. One of the things that's a really nice, subtle interaction is how the cleaves work with area of effect spells. So imagine that you go up against a group of ogres and your mage fireballs them, but he doesn't do enough damage to kill all the ogres, but he fireballs them and he wounds them a lot. In fact, he wounds them enough that now the fighter can one-hit kill an ogre. But because the fighter can cleave when he kills, now the mage is not just, he did some hit point damage. Now the mage is a force multiplier for the fighter, and the fighter is a force multiplier for the mage.
So already you've got my imagination going here. One of the things that I really like the sound of this about is using Dungeons and Dragons. In my experience, as example is when you set up those encounters. Of course, you can do random encounters, but I like to do a mix of random and plan. Like, okay, how many ogres do I think that this group can take care of? I think they can fight probably 3 and do okay with maybe 5 bugbears around there, right? You have to think about that, so to speak. Mm-hmm. In this environment, I could have that, what is it in second edition, 30 to 300 orcs that they could run across and actually go, okay, there are 300 orcs. You might not fight them depending on your level, but you could also be really heroic, and with morale rolls and so forth, wow, you could you kill 50 of them in maybe 3 or 4 rounds, and all of a sudden they're like, we might be orcs, but we're out.
Yeah, we are leaving.
When you get in those big number too, and you get like the area of effect spell and the cleave and stuff like that, you can funnel enemies, and you can use the environment and you make the combat much more dynamic. And then there's the moral rules that come into play, like the reactions, stuff like that. It can be very interesting. It gives you this a different uptake than just the fight.
Absolutely.
Is
a couple other things we do to make it interesting and make these synergies rather than struggling to be 4E where everyone is exactly the same. When you move next to someone in ACKS, you get what's called engaged. Once you're engaged, you're stuck where you are until you disengage as your action. And so what that means, though, is let's say you've got a really vulnerable mage in the rear and you don't want him to get slaughtered in melee. You can actually engage the enemy by putting out a front line, and they have to kill your front line to get to the mage, right? And you can have hoplite guys with big shields can take a defend action to help defend the mage against arrows. So there's a lot of really, and it's all very subtle.
There's choices.
There's choice. It's 2 sentences to do the defense rules, right? But it has all these untold ramifications. Yeah.
I absolutely love that. It's one of the reasons why I've been doing a lot with Forbidden Lands, is I like the idea that I have these actions that I can do. I can defend, as I can take the talent, to defend the character over here, or to be more aggressive over there. Earth Dawn's said it. Earth Dawn's one of my favorite games with its combat options of giving ground or aggressive attack, and there's always this risk reward for that. So D&D has kind of played around with that, but I've never seen effective rules for that other than the rulings over rules. So I like to see that in the game. So good stuff.
So back over to combat. Is it side initiative or is it individual initiative? And if it is side initiative, does it play out where all of your melee will go before your missile, before your magic, and before your move?
Right. So it's individual initiative with some optional rules. The core of it is individual initiative. There's an optional rule where you can say you only roll once for initiative at the start of the combat, and then you only re-roll initiative for the highest and the lowest each round, or you only re-roll initiative if someone gets killed, and so the dynamic of the battle changes, right? And then there's also an optional rule that for identical groups of creatures up to the number of player characters, you treat them as one group. So if you have 6 player characters and they encounter 18 orcs, then you would roll initiative for 3 groups of 6 orcs.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so we got so you know, because not everyone is as into initiative, or they're not using virtual tabletop, so I provide some parameters. The reason I don't do group initiative is because ACKS is intended to scale to large parties, and group initiative creates a result where initiative becomes disproportionately more and more and more important the larger your group. And so it's a very subtle thing, but it means that if you have 20 people, your alpha strike power is way better from winning initiative than if those 20 people are going to be staggered out across the entire turn.
Yeah.
And so, and in my opinion, sort of alpha strike fights are not very fun. You know, good fights are back and forth, you know, heroic peril, disengagements, flanks, you know, this sense of engagement on a round by round basis, as compared to round 1, we won the initiative, everybody's dead. Okay, that was, you know, that was fine. So,
yeah.
That's why I don't like 3050 BattleTech.
Yeah.
So I don't. What's that? What'd you say?
Because the clans always win.
Because people play them like, you know, don't play them properly. You know, it's, this is a question from a long time ago, but I want to bring it up now. So, to talk about the abstract rules for sending out NPC adventurers. I like this conceptually. You know, again, if you're talking domain player, you know, the I'm the leader. What? Not just what type of adventurers, because I think we can all use our imagination to come at that. But what would be the purpose of this, and what is the result other than, hey, cool, I got, you know, 500 gold, good job?
Yeah, so there's a couple different reasons to use it. So one is it lets you as the game master field NPC parties and actually determine what happens to them when they go on their adventures without having to run it. So for instance, in the RN Empire campaign, there was an NPC adventuring party called the Imperial Vanguard. And they were like played with multiple paladins, and all of their armor was always really shiny and their cloaks were white, and they would go out and go on adventures. And like, I would use abstract type systems to determine what happened to the Imperial Vanguard. And so then the players would go to like, let's say the players were lazy and too cautious and they took too much downtime and they didn't want to go on adventures. So then they finally go on this dungeon that 3 months ago they heard a rumor about, and they get there. And I've used the abstract rules, and hey, the Imperial Vanguard already cleared the dungeon and took the treasure. And I mean, I really rubbed it in with, like, they would actually sweep the dungeon clean and like put little sticky tape notes up. This dungeon has been cleared by Imperial Vanguard, like neatly stack up all the dead bodies, which really infuriated the players. So that's one really fun thing, is you can actually run the NPC adventuring rivals. The other thing is that you sometimes get to this point where you're like, okay, I'm running a really big realm, and it turns out that in this size realm, an orc warband has made an incursion into Bob's vassal's stronghold, and Bob's vassal has a party of 5 adventurers. So we're just going to abstractly simulate what happens there. We'll get it done in 5 minutes, and then that way we don't have to like divert from the more important focus on what the player characters are doing. So it goes back to what you said earlier, that you don't want the game to sit there and be 6 different people all fiddling with a spreadsheet, right? Like, you just want it to be like, we're keeping the focus on what the player characters do, and then we can abstract the stuff on the side.
Okay.
Yeah. But mostly it's to fuck with them by having independent NPC parties.
So I mean, you were saying that before. Like, I'm like a devious DM, or what do you call it, judge in your game?
Yeah, judge.
I like that. You know what? When anytime we can, you know, mess with the players without them necessarily realizing we're messing, or knowing that we messed with them, but without it being, you know, fatal, I'm in. So.
Yeah. I like, you know, diegetic messing, right? You're messing with them in the context of the game world.
Yeah, important.
I'm going to call up Malachi for just a moment. Do you have anything that you want to add to this? You've been kind of quiet there, sir. So I want to make sure that you're able to say the things you want to say. Otherwise, I've got kind of a system here of how I want to approach the X2. So,
just didn't bring up one thing I think is really neat with ACKS is all the class creation rules, the spell creation rules.
So that's actually stuff. So I would like to attack that later, but that is very important to me. I'm actually one of those people that also, I've mentioned the game before, we're all going to drink again, Earth Dawn. I loved its concept of spell creation, even if it was so wacky that you could create a spell that'd be 9th level and I would create it and be 1st level, but I love that idea of being able to add to the game, and class creation is another thing. Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition had those rules, and again, weren't the best rules out there. Obviously, you want to play one of the main ones that were in the book than the one that you designed up, but at least it was there as an attempt. So, you know what? Screw it. Let's actually talk about that now, because if I forget later, I'll be really angry. So, yeah, talk about these creation rules. And are there anything else we can create? Can we create vehicles? Are we playing hero system here?
That's a trick question, and I'm not going to answer it.
Okay.
So you can create custom classes. You can create custom races. Which you can then create custom classes for the custom races. You can create custom spells. You can also create custom types of magic. So you've got arcane magic and divine magic. Well, I want to create fairy magic or rune magic. So you can create custom types of magic. You can create custom monsters. You can also, as a player, you can crossbreed to create custom monsters where you literally blend the components of different monsters together to make your ideal beast. And you can, in fact, do custom vehicles using the automaton rules. Okay. So, but it's definitely not hero system. The custom class system, and I think one of the things that's really important about our creation rules is that I eat my own dog food. The classes are made with the class creation system. The spells are built with the spell system. So you're not like, oh, how would I, how did you build the fighter? And be like, oh, I didn't really use the system, but you can have fun. No, everything is built with those rules. So
that's fantastic.
So when you build with them, you know that you're building material that's completely compatible with the canon. Now, that doesn't mean that a very clever player couldn't probably make something that was a little broken. Like, you always need to have a little bit of oversight and think things through. Just because there can be weird synergies that no one could predict until they occur. But so with that caveat, it works really, really well. And I've now built dozens and dozens of classes and spells using the system. The ACKS community has built hundreds of classes at this point, some of them quite hilarious. Like, somebody built the Florida Man character class. They built the Shield Bearer character class, whose job is just to carry more and more heavy loads for you as he levels up. Like, just really funny stuff. And likewise with the spells. And with the spells, I also had a really good time because the system was reverse engineered from all of the existing spells. So I sat down with all of the spells and I was like, how would I reverse engineer a system that would produce this outcome, these spells? And so then I noticed that no matter what I did, some spells were always a little too powerful, right? Like Fireball was just always a little too powerful for 3rd level. Sleep was always a little too powerful for 1st level. So then what I did is I said, that's what magic experimentation does. Experimenting with magic lets you break the rules of the spell creation system in these particular ways. And so you can
What's the risk reward of that?
So the risk, there's 3 levels of magical experimentation, like, conventional experiments versus pioneering versus you really should never do these. And then depending on the amount of bonus you get, the risk goes up. And so then if you fail, you lose all your money. If you fail and you hit that risk threshold, that botch threshold, then you have to roll on a table to see what happens to you based on the level of the spell you were working on. And let me pull up some examples for you, because they're very nice.
That sounds. What I like about this, while you're getting that up, that even for me is I can homebrew my own entire setting from this. I can create my own races. I can create, like you said, magic concept, magic spells that might be different from the traditional D&D. So we're playing the ACKS system, but it might not feel anything like a Dungeons & Dragons style game that people would assume that ACKS would be. And I love that conceptually.
Yeah, I mean, remember I mentioned Omar Joel, who did Barbarian Conquerors of Kanahu. So he used the ACKS creation rules to create all the classes, spells, and monsters in Barbarian Conquerors. So it's a Sword and Planet game. It's an entirely different setting, but you could literally plug all of his classes into any of the other things, and it all is fine. So, all right. So here's an example. So let's say we were designing a construct, and
this is ACKS 2, right? ACKS.
Yeah, it's
Imperial?
ACKS 2. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Let's say we're designing a construct, and we suffer a catastrophic mishap, right? And so one of the results is, while testing a new power source for your construct, you accidentally drain all of your magic items of their power as if touched by a rod of cancellation. Right? So that's pretty catastrophic. So or another one is, an experiment gone terribly wrong leaves your soul in the body of the construct you were creating, and your actual body is destroyed. So the catastrophic mishaps are pretty catastrophic.
So are there rules then to continue playing that character as the construct?
Yeah, there are. There are.
Nice.
You can continue playing.
Yeah, so you're not just like, oh no, you're dead now. You're just an NPC, basically.
Well, I'm not against the whole "you're dead now, you're an NPC" either, but I like even more the fact that there's the option to play it. Again, options. I'm all about options, and everything that you've been saying so far sounds like this game just is filled with options. You can get as in-depth as you want, but you can play it as what BX as you want as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's another one. So let's do a minor mishap from necromancy, right? So a minor mishap
favorite
from necromancy is tampering with blood magic takes a toll. You lose 1 point of constitution. Okay, so that's bad, but it's not, you're not like, your character's not destroyed, or the necromancy goes horribly wrong and a hostile undead is created that begins attacking you immediately. Well, if you were creating a mummy lord, that's pretty bad, but Yeah. But then, the catastrophic mishaps can be like, the unspeakable necromantic horror you witness drives you permanently insane. Only a miracle or wish can cure you. So
now, do you have like DCC corruption where little tiny mishaps, all of a sudden you're growing like tentacles and you've got hair coming out of your hands?
I do, but those are in the Heroic Fantasy Handbook, and they will appear in the Conan supplement. They're not in the core rules. The core rules is more traditional D&D style magic, but I do have rules for that where I wrote for my Heroic Fantasy source book, and we're going to use them so that if you try and tamper with sorcery in the world of Hyboria, you get all fucked up.
The hair on your hands should be in the Erotic Fantasy source book, really.
Yeah.
So weird guy 564 for $2 asks, okay, so can we create cheetah or sloth?
I think he means a cheetah / sloth, like a hybrid crossbreed.
Oh, you mean like is it a chimera sort of thing?
I was picturing Sloth from the Goonies. And
that's what I was too. I was honestly thinking like Chitara and Sloth. I'm like, I don't know how you mix those two together, but okay, cheetah sloth. Well, I mean, that'd be weird because you got fast and then slow, but okay, what are the ideas?
The answer is you could if I had statted out sloths, but I didn't stat out sloths in the game. So first you'd have to use the custom monster rules to make sloths. Then you could do that, and you could create slottas or chiloths or all sorts of cool.
Schlot. Yeah. Can you make like a custom class that would be like a gelatinous cube rancher?
Hey, stop it. That's my job. No, stop. I'm going to make so my character is going to retire from adventuring and I'm going to live in the sewers because everybody needs the sewers cleaned. And I'm going to become a gelatinous cube rancher. You're going to come to me for all your gelatinous cube needs so that your city can have a clean sewer system.
You see, Max, that's your version of domain play.
And we're going to come back and we're going to find his rancher body suspended inside a gelatinous cube.
Yeah, right.
Can I make a custom race that's like a slime girl, like an anime slime girl?
Wow. So I'm gonna really blow your mind now. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you have gelatinous cube rancher already in your game, I'm suing.
Give me one.
Be careful, he's a lawyer.
I'm gonna. All right. So we're gonna open up the monstrous manual, and we're gonna look at the
slime girl.
The mass, gelatinous. Sorry, it loads a little slow because the file.
It's all good. Not a problem.
Big. No, you'll love this. This is actually very funny. Okay, so we load up. We've got the mass, gelatinous, and so what we actually have is we have rules for how they can reproduce. Gelatinous masses ceaselessly creep along dungeon corridors and cave floors, absorbing carrion, creatures, and trash. They reproduce by budding, creating a gelatinous mess or baby after consuming 80,000 pounds of organic matter. And then once you have the baby, then it takes it 1.25 years to get child level, then another year to get to juvenile, and at 2.25 years, it is an adult.
Awesome. So, that's got all my ranching rules in there right there.
So you literally, and I have that for every monster. So not only can you be a gelatinous cube rancher, is it gelatinous or gelatinous?
I've always been told it's like gelatinous.
Yeah.
So, but
gelatinous. All right, so we'll go with gelatinous. That makes sense. So gelatinous cube rancher. But you could be a Pegasus breeder, anything you want to.
80,000 pounds of trash, though. You're gonna have your work cut out for you, Max. You're gonna have to.
No, it's a sewer. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You don't do this in like a hamlet of 100 people. No, this is for a nice a city, a good 10,000 people.
Water deep.
Yeah, water. Yeah, if you want to.
And if you are in a small town, right, you just set up an HOA, and then if nobody, if nobody agrees with the rules of the HOA, all of the barns and villages.
Seriously, yeah, the cows are all dissolved.
Exactly. It's like, hey, it's for the greater good.
Right.
Go beat the gelatinous cube.
Since you'll know the population of your cities and the amount of food they eat, you can calculate the amount of waste they produce, and it'll work out to about 5 pounds per family of waste.
That's awesome.
I was about to say, and you did. Like I remember, like you talking about like this dungeon under like a.
I did. There's a dungeon under a sewer. Yeah.
Let me read the super chat real quickly. Iron Caster for $5. Thank you, Iron Caster. Come on down to Sewer Max's Discount Gelatinous Cube Ranch, where we're crazy for sewer slimes.
Yep.
So appreciate that. I do want to kind of hold on. Apparently, it's cat time. There.
Oh, hello, cat time.
There we go. Go eat. Is the other one in here? All right, cool. What I kind of want to do is I want to go through the books in terms of a player, how a player is going to read it. So, do you start with character creation?
Yes.
Is it like a D&D? Okay, so let's talk about, generically speaking, for folks out there who may have played OSR or who may not have played or D&D, whatever type game, how does character creation work, and how does it differ in ACKS versus what people might be used to? But also for the uninitiated who've never done it before, what can they expect in that process?
Sure. I'll give you the default system with the caveat that there's a lot of modules that enable the judge to change this if he wants a different system. Okay. So here's the default system. You have 6 ability scores. It's strength, intellect, will, dexterity, constitution, charisma. You pick one ability score and you roll 5 6-sided dice for that one. Keep the best 3, minimum is 13. You then pick 2 ability scores and you roll 4 6-sided dice for those. Minimum is 9, taking the best 3. And then for the other 3 ability scores, you roll straight 3d6. And the reason I did it this way is upon a very tight survey, it turns out that any given character class always needs about 3 ability scores to be really viable without having a major glaring weakness, right? Like if you're a fighter, you need strength, dex, and constitution to be at least kind of average, or you're going to be, very challenged. But what we don't want to do is have a point buy system where every fighter has exactly the exact same strength, dexterity, constitution, and where no fighter ever has a high intelligence, because why would you ever put a high intelligence on your fighter? So the virtue of this system is that we 100% guarantee that you'll have a viable character that you can enjoy playing in some sort of class that you like, because you got to pick which stats to prioritize. But you might discover that your character is unexpectedly good or bad in other places. So for instance, we had a guy who rolled up a Crusader, which is a will-based divine caster, and he rolled a minimum 13 for his will, but he rolls really high for charisma. He got 17 for charisma. So now suddenly the Crusader is like, oh, he's actually like a really effective missionary, proselytizer, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So very, very similar system to what people will understand, but slightly tweaked, which is true of a lot of things. Mm-hmm. Then you pick your class, and race and class are combined. And then once you pick your class, you then roll 3 6-sided dice again, and that tells you your template. And the template gives you your proficiencies, your starting equipment, your starting encumbrance, and you're ready to start playing the game. So it's literally seven rolls of 3d6, and you're good to go.
So abilities that come with classes, like the standard thief abilities or the fighter's cleave and so forth, those are just baked into the class.
They're baked into the class.
Feats that people have to take. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah. Then there's other stuff you can take to sort of sexy up your class if you want to.
And what about multi-classing?
But let me hit the super chat because it's a big one. But no, that is a good question. I got to just do the super chats though. So Raven, $10. Thank you, Raven. Will ACKS 2 require adjustments to the Domains at War series of game, or is it fully backward compatible? By the way, I have another question I was saving until later to talk about backward compatibility, but we can knock that out before we get to Crafty's question. Also, will there be fleet naval rules? Finally, 30, 50, and later eras rock. No, they don't. Shut up, Raven. You see, you're not a Capellan. That's the problem. Raven's a BattleTech guy, so. But thank you for the super chat, Raven. Really do appreciate that. So, is Domains at War going to be Is it going to be compatible? God, I cannot talk. Is it going to be backward compatible with that?
It is backward compatible with one caveat, which is I had to change a bunch of the spells because I went off the open game license, and so. Obviously, like if you look it up and it says all these OGL spells that no longer exist, like that part's not compatible. You have to find out their analog. So we'll call it like 98% backwards compatible. Also, some of the monster battle ratings change just based after years of playtesting and seeing, certain monsters are more effective than we thought, or certain monsters were D&D monsters and they're different in ACKS 2 because, again, we got rid of the open game license. So it's 100% compatible, except insofar as necessary for me to get off of the open game license. Fleet naval rules, there are not currently, although it's on my to-do list.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Crafty, you want to go back to your multi-class question?
Yeah, first, Highlanders represent. We'll start there. And then Northwind Highlanders. And then we'll, again, going back to, is there multi-classing? And is there going to be requirements for multi-classing? And then finally, is it going to do you stop in one class and start moving forward in the other class? Or I think this was 1E where you had to choose both classes at character creation and they increased together.
Right. So no, there is not multi-classing in the sense that you found in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and certainly not like you found in 3rd edition and later. What there is a custom class creation system that allows you to create hybrid classes. And there's a number of those in the core rulebook. So for instance, the Elven Spell Sword is our equivalent of an Elf Fighter Mage, right? The Elven Nightblade is our equivalent of an Elf Assassin Mage, right? The Nobiran Wonder Worker is the equivalent of a dual-classed Magic User Cleric, etc. So you absolutely can create these sort of hybrid classes. The hybrid classes require more experience points to advance in level, and they tend to have a lower level cap than the other characters. So for instance, an Elven Spell Sword who has all the powers of a fighter and a mage can only advance to 10th level. So he's never getting to the 11th level. He's never getting to the 6th level spells, some of the more powerful spell research. But, he's got this breadth. So you basically can get breadth at a cost of depth.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One thing you did that I liked and that speeds up character creation a lot is that each class has that list of like archetypes that you can pick, and they get templates. the two two proficiencies, and then they basically get, it's like a list of like the gear they get. And it's like, so you can be a gladiator, you can be a hoplite, you can be like all this stuff. And so like if you have already an archetype in mind, you can just pick those and your character's like ready to go.
That's right. Yeah, here let's actually just Max pick a character class that you like.
Oh, you already mentioned Necromancer.
All right. Well, we don't have Necromancer.
Okay, so we'll go Wizard.
Okay, Mage. Okay,
Mage.
All right. So now Mage. So now let's say you roll. Pretend you just rolled 3 6-sided dice for your template. What's your template? Roll 3. Pick a number. 3 to 18.
What it was average 11. So we'll do 13.
13. Okay. So what happens when you roll a 13? You can pick the template at 13 or any template beneath that. Right.
Okay.
So the template at 13 is the War Mage. You get battle magic, military strategy, and siege engineering proficiencies. You get the Academy issue spellbook with Earth's Excrescence and Slicing Blow, Iron Shod Staff, Officer's Dagger, red armatures, tunic and pants, leather belt, leather gloves, high boots, backpack, quill, ink, 1 week's iron rations, and 95 gold. done. 3 stone encumbrance.
Now I know some people are going to complain about the. I want to choose myself. Honestly, it's one of the things I like about Hyperborea as well. It just said, here, you can start with this. You can buy it if you want, but why bother when you can just start with the stuff that's meaningful for your class? I love that.
Yeah, no, we provide full rules.
Choice.
Yeah, exactly.
You still have a choice because you can choose anything underneath. Underneath what you roll.
Yep.
Yeah, and one of the templates you got, so the template 5/6 is the Necromancer template, and so then you get the Black Lore of Zahara proficiency, which causes penalty to saving throws on your Death and Necromancy magic, and lets you control undead as half your level. And then you get Alchemy proficiency, Healing proficiency, and then you get the Ironbound Snakeskin Spellbook with Unliving Puppet and Faithful Companion, the Curved Sacrificial Dagger, the Gray Robes, Leather Belt, Leather Gloves, High Boots. So it's like each of the templates is flavorful.
I like how it matches, we'll just say, the trope. I'm not out there as the bright colored, necromancer of goodness. No, I'm a necromancer. I got the gory dagger. I got the crazy little. I don't know why I'm reading Malazan again right now. So all I'm thinking right now is Hairlock, right? A little puppet walking around with undead puppet walking around with me. I like that. I like that it feeds that.
You would be dressed in gray though.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. That's you're not dressed in all the bright colors.
Yeah, but it's not black.
Well, yeah, I'm not emo.
I made gray the color of death in the Arn Empire campaign setting.
Okay, works for me. Now, we're talking about, since we're kind of moved on to classes, so we'll just say, so we got the generic system is how the character's created. You were mentioning earlier about the thief. And that's a love-hate relationship with the thief. Tell us how in Acts 2, the thief, I'm gonna want to play a thief, but not feel, have the other people in the party think that I'm overpowered. All of a sudden, we buffed it up to the point that everybody's gonna want to be one.
Right. I can assure you that's not the case. Okay, so the thief, we made a couple changes. So first off, in Acts 1, we removed infravision from elves and dwarves, right? So none of the player characters have.
How am I supposed to be an overpowered race now?
Right. So none of the player characters have thermal vision anymore.
Okay.
In Acts 2, we've also reduced the range of some of the infravision of the monsters or replaced it with other senses. And we've given thieves shadowy senses, which represents keen sense of hearing, human echolocation, sense of smell, sense of touch, sixth sense, good night vision, and so they can function in the dark without a penalty up to a limited range. And so your thief can now scout ahead of the rest of the party in total darkness, and actually sort of usefully sneak around in shadows and things. And he's like, because the problem with sneaking shadows is if you can't see in the dark and everybody else has thermal vision, you're like, what exactly am I doing? So that was one big change. The second big change was if you are doing sneaking, even if you fail your check, you still get a +2 bonus on your surprise roll against the enemy, right? So that's really nice because you can say, I didn't make my perfect stealth, so the enemy has a chance to detect me, but
I'm good enough at my job that I can still be functional.
Still be functional to surprise him. And then the third change to thieves is we added this concept of the methodical versus hasty approach. So let's say you're just walking through the dungeon at exploration speed. You can do what's called hasty searches as you go. So you're automatically scanning for traps, and the GM is secretly rolling to see if you spot them as you go. And if you don't spot them, no penalty. He doesn't tell you anything, and all is good. Or you stop, you spend a turn, 10 minutes, you do a methodical search, then you get a +4 bonus on the die roll. And if you fail, and you don't know if you failed because the GM makes a roll in secret, but let's say you don't find a trap and you're really sure there's a trap here, you can try again, and so it becomes how much time are we willing to spend versus the risk. And now what becomes really interesting is at low level, the thieves have to be more cautious. You stop more often because your hasty searches aren't as reliable. You often need to do things methodically. By the time you get to be a 14th level master thief, you're just strolling through the dungeon. You're almost automatically detecting the traps. You can pick locks within a round rather than within a turn, et cetera, et cetera. And then the third thing is we got rid of a bunch of the spells. We just deleted them from the game that made thieves redundant. So there's no more knock spell. There's no more fine traps. Like, the magic doesn't know what a trap is. You can detect magic, you can detect invisible creatures, you can detect illusions, but magic doesn't know what a trap is versus a secret door. So we just got rid of that, and so now you actually need thieves for that scouting role.
Excellent. No, I definitely like
I think it's cool how you did the thief as well, because like Max said, like it make them useful that you want one in your party, but it's not that useful to have like everybody being a thief. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's just like it's they don't become like big like a DPS monster.
No, we kept the traditional approach. They have D4 hit points. They still have the same attack progression, and to really do the extra damage, they need to backstab. There's no.
Can you still give like higher level characters some challenge though? Like, you know, you mentioned like a level 14 thief will like run through the dungeon and will automatically detect anything. I assume that's for like mundane traps that he's seen like 1,000 times before. But if you got like some weird trap that was put there by like a god and it's like in the astral plane, I assume, you know, like maybe yeah.
And I should add, one of the things we did was we changed backstabs. You can actually do backstabs with missile weapons from short range, which is really fun, because now you can actually like sit in the darkness and snipe people, and it just fulfills like that stealth archer fantasy that a lot of people have that have never been able to be filled before. So
now, going off your thief skills and being able to roll thief skills, and you saying that the judge is rolling the detect traps. In the book, do you have it specifically written that these skills are going to be rolled by the judge? So a stealth roll, I believe a stealth roll should be rolled by the judge, right? Because the person is always going to think they're sneaky, right? Even when they're not. And then the second thing is, do you have written somewhere that the judge asks for the roll? The players don't just roll and say, what do I find?
That's a soapbox issue for some of us here, because that's one of the concepts of like, especially 3rd through 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons. Well, I have spot and was it perception or whatever the hell they call them. So it's like, I kick open the door. Okay, I'm rolling a spot check and a perception check. What do I see? It's like, first of all, I didn't tell you to roll, so you saw nothing. And secondly, where are you looking, you weirdo?
Yeah.
Exactly. So I can answer that specifically. So let's start with sneaking. Literally, here is the rule. When the thief begins sneaking, the judge must make a sneaking proficiency throw on behalf of the thief. The thief will always think he's successful in the skill and will not know otherwise until others react to his presence. So it's right there in the rules. I know a lot of GMs just have the player roll it, and that's fine. I'm not going to show up at their house and tell them they have to run it the way I run it, but that's the official rule.
Sorry, go on.
And then for searching, so a thief can attempt to search for hidden features either hastily or methodically. Attempting to hastily search requires 1 round. Attempting to methodically search requires 1 turn. When a thief is moving at exploration speed, he can choose to attempt to hastily search as he moves. If so, anytime the thief moves within 5 feet of a hidden feature, the judge secretly makes a proficiency throw on his behalf. So the thief doesn't even know he's made the proficiency throw for him. And so in the example that you gave, because, you very often you have a thief player will be like, all right, I'm moving very slowly. And as I move, I'm checking every part of the wall with my 10-foot pole and carefully probing it. What do I find? And you don't want to sit there and literally every 10 feet, like, well, roll. So no, the GM secretly rolls behind his GM screen when they get within 5 feet. If he detects it, he tells him. If he doesn't say anything. And the game just keeps on going. So it's totally seamless, doesn't interrupt the narrative.
Good.
So, again, I'm supposed to be the hostile person here, but that's absolutely fantastic. I like the way that the rule plays out. I like the way the judge handles it. And these guys, you're not going to know what I'm saying here, but the rest of the people in the panel are going to say, guys, he read rules directly out of the book. You know why I'm saying this? I'm absolutely going to go out and buy it. Just simply because of how it is written. You all know my soapbox issue, and as long as that doesn't change, I'm going to buy it for that purpose alone. And Mr. Macris, we'll talk after why I just said that. But
okay, but I'm really curious now because I can read you more rules. I have a lot.
Oh, and
1,500 pages, from what I understand.
Hey,
across 3 books.
I think you can tell him like Alexander is not. He's not a stranger to controversy.
I want to derail what this is all about right here. So I mean, and everybody who's watching the stream knows exactly what we're talking about.
I kind of want the derailment now.
I don't accept they in the singular. When people use it, and when you read the rule, you didn't use they in the singular, so that right there gives you my money. So
I don't use they in the singular because I'm doing technical writing, and introducing they in the singular introduces ambiguity that is unnecessary in the English language. It's not a political statement. It is literally the case that our language has a separate tense for singular and plural. So therefore, we should use it so you fucking know whether I'm talking about one person or many. Yeah,
don't bring up technical writing. We only have 2 more hours.
Because I'm a technical writer as well. The only thing I would disagree with that is that I was taught as technical writer to never use pronouns at all. But that's fine. I go with the I'm with you on that. So
I mean, they teach us that too in law school. Like you don't use pronouns, which is why you get the tortured text. That takes it too far for a game, and it's pretty horrible to read if it's written. I agree.
To be fair, it's one of the things I'm struggling with in my writing because I am going that route with it, where I'm not using pronouns in my and then trying to utilize that plus not use passive voice at the same time. It's like, oh my god, it's killing me. But yeah.
Yep.
So all right. So to back on track here, let's talk about a different class.
Okay.
Let's talk about the cleric. Why am I not just a heal bot?
That's a good question. So first off, there is no cleric.
Okay.
So
there we go.
So prior to the existence of Dungeons and Dragons, I could not find any evidence that anyone ever used the term cleric to refer to a fighting priest. The term is basically used for Muslim clergy at this point. A Muslim cleric, blah blah blah. And so I just said, I can't in good conscience use this word. So instead, what we have are crusaders. And so the crusader is a fighting priest, and in the default setting, he's a fighting priest of Amanar, the god of light and law.
Okay.
And so there is a separate character class called the priestess, who has D4 hit points, no weapons, no armor, and more spells than the cleric. If you want to be a heal bot, you can play a priestess, right? She'll get healing proficiency. She can take laying on hands, and she will die if she gets in melee combat. She is literally a heal bot.
Okay.
The cleric is not. So the cleric has some heal spells, but he doesn't have as many as the priestess, the crusader. But what the crusader does have, he can wear the heavy armor. He can fight effectively. He can turn undead. He has decent hit points. So I think, and a lot of his spells are much more interesting than the spells that were made available to, basic D&D clerics, which were, pretty boring. It was basically like if you used a spell other than Cure Light Wounds, everybody was like, why did you waste your spell?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. That's just not the case anymore. So like some of the spells that as a crusader you have access to are pretty epic. So let me just pull up.
That's see, I like here one of the things while you're looking that up. One of the things that I've conceptually tried to do for a science fiction type setting is instead of having a heal bot, because it just seems weird in a sci-fi setting, is I want what do you call an MMO? So it's more like reactionary buffs. But it's like reactionary. It's like you don't just, here's your resistance to fire, your resistance to water, your resistance to bullets, and just, okay, go play. No. You see something coming in like, oh, you're about to get attacked with this. Let's put that ward up in front of you. And it lasts maybe like, a half second or whatever, but ting, something that's more reactive to what's happening around you. I've tried to incorporate something like that. I can't say it's successful yet, but when I play Dungeons and Dragons, it's exactly what you said. It's like, oh, why aren't you healing us every round? Why aren't you? It's like, I hate that whack-a-mole style of play.
Yeah. So a couple things on that. So one, we actually have a spell called Spell Ward, and you cast it, and based on your caster level, you get a bunch of layers of your Spell Ward. And when you get attacked, you can expend layers of your Spell Ward to block the fireball or get a bonus to the saving throw or whatever. And so that actually makes Magic duels really fun because both sides start off with powerful Spell Wards and then they're slowly blowing through each other's Spell Wards until finally one guy's...
So it actually sounds like the novelization of a Magic fight instead of like, well, if I use these 3 spells, I win or lose depending on saving throws.
Exactly.
Oh, that's cool.
We got that. So that's really fun. Some of the spells that the Crusader, for instance, has are super fun. Same with the Blade Dancer, who's similar to the Crusader in that she also has Divine Magic. But the Crusader can be doing Righteous Wrath, where he inspires himself or a party member with like Berserk Fury on behalf of his god and turns into a Berserker. Like that's pretty cool. That's not a heal bot spell. Or Arrows of the Sun is a 6th level Crusader spell because it's Amanar is the god of light and sun. And it ignites the arrows of up to 120 archers on the battlefield, and all of them now have flaming arrows for 1 round. And so, awesome.
So how do you convince people to want to play that when they're so ingrained that you have to have the heal? But what if I take damage? I need to be healed.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of ways we do that. So first off, you can use Comfrey, which is a healing herb that can help you heal. You can have a character with healing proficiency who can treat your wounds. That can help you heal. You can have characters with the laying on hands proficiency. That can help you heal. And then also, when you get reduced to 0 hit points, you can't get brought back into the fight the way it is in 4th edition and 5th edition, where you're down and you're up and you're down and you're up.
The whack-a-mole, yep.
When you go down in ACKS to 0 hit points, you're not dead, but you're what's called mortally wounded. And then you have to roll on the table based on how long it's been since you were wounded and how much damage you took and what your hit point total is reduced to and the type of damage that hit you. And you get some sort of horrible mortal wound, and you're possibly down for weeks or months. So, like for instance, we had our fighter in our last campaign got reduced to 0 to I think -7 hit points fighting a giant spider, and then the result he got was that the spider had torn off half his face, his eye, and his ear. You're like, okay, you know, is the healer really gonna be like, I better get him back in the fight right now? No, because he's freaking had his face torn off.
That's triage. That's expectant. Yeah. You're out.
He's gonna lay there and bleed out, and we're gonna focus on these other people.
Yep.
So yeah, so it's just it's a different vibe, I guess.
Okay.
Now, to the point of you have the skill, like the healing skill, right? So is using the healing skill, do you have to have a triage equipment in order to use the healing skill?
We don't make you have to have equipment. We give you a bonus if you have some consumables to do so. Yeah. So it becomes a resource management, you know, and you get really funny arguments like, I don't know if Bob's character is really worth this. And you're like, come on, man, I'm bleeding out. It's 10 gold pieces. Use the damn birthwort. So.
And the priest, the blade dancer has also got some divine magic, right?
She does. The Blade Dancer is one of my personal favorite character classes.
I wonder why.
I created it for my wife, actually.
Yep.
But yeah, she's got like Swift Sword that lets her attack twice per round. She's got Winged Flight at 3rd level where she sprouts wings, and so she's like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. It's super fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
She also, actually though, the absolute best spell in the entire Blade Dancer spell repertoire is Angelic Choir, 1st level. And it basically summons an invisible choir of 24 choral singers who sing epic battle music for you. That's all it does.
Get those epic Celtic music or Nordic music YouTube channels ready so that you can have that ready to go in the background.
Yeah. So literally, I've had groups that just hired a Blade Dancer just to cast Angelic Choir in the background so that they can justify having theme music when they fought.
That's awesome. So I got a super chat here. Is there a dodge tank defense through agility? Thank you for the $2, weird guy.
Yeah, so dexterity increases your armor class as you'd expect, but we also have the Blade Dancer has graceful fighting, and so as she levels up, her armor class improves just based on her graceful fighting ability. And there's also a proficiency you can take called swashbuckling, which if you're in light armor, it gives you a bonus to armor class. And the way it basically works out is that at 1st level, a Blade Dancer with swashbuckling and graceful fighting is about the equivalent of a chain armored fighter. And then by the time that they get to higher levels, they become the equivalent of plate with shield. So eventually that dex fighter can absolutely sort of go toe to toe and be the dodge type. And that's not per se because it's realistic. It's just a really fun archetype that I personally like. And I think a lot of other people like.
Well, you know what, that you just gave me, Victor, you actually sounded like you wanted to ask something a moment ago. Or...
Oh, no, I was just agreeing.
So I would consider in all my conversations with folks that talk about you and listening to a lot of what you're saying here, that you are probably, at least in how you're making the book, a simulationist style player.
Absolutely.
At least, okay.
Yep.
I'm not. But with that stated, what I like about what you just said a moment ago is you weren't going for the pure Earth-centric simulation. You were going for something, dare I say the word cinematic. That was just a cool feature. And I like the balance in that, especially with all your modularity of the game, where you can use as much of the simulation as you want. And somebody like me can say, I just don't think that's important for my table, at least not at this time, but still can have that cinematic play built right into it.
Yeah, I'm definitely a simulationist, but the world I'm simulating is the world of the Iliad and Beowulf and Lord of the Rings and Conan. I'm not simulating the world of History 101 where everybody dies of bubonic plague at age 8, right? So although
it's my favorite game,
we do have rules for that. But
you're dead.
Nice.
But yeah, well, you know, and this is also true of like Ascendant, right? So Ascendant is a crunchy simulation with a physics engine, but the physics that it's simulating are comic book physics. They're not real world physics. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make, is they think that simulation means trying to be like Earth or trying to be quote unquote realistic. And that's not, right? It just means that you're trying to map whatever exists in the world, you're trying to map into the rules. If the world is an implausible, fantastical place and you're simulating that world, then the rules need to also be able to handle the implausible and fantastic.
It sounds like actually you and I agree completely, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I believe, you know, at the end of the first edition AD&D book, it says game first, campaign second, players third. I say no. It's setting first, game second, players third. It sounds like the setting trumps all.
Yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, the game world has to trump all. Okay. Which is why I'm not a fan of like one size fits all rules for, you know, like when I wanted to do superheroes, I designed a different game to simulate superheroes. It isn't just ACKS, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
So you mentioned like dexterity characters and dodge tanks and stuff. I'm actually more interested in giving strength characters that do, because especially in like modern D&D, strength characters often lag behind. Like in 5th edition, like a dex fighter is often better than a strength fighter, because strength gets used for so like little things. It's like encumbrance and like damage on some weapons, but that's it. So
like everybody waved off. So
yeah, exactly. So strength is actually like lags behind in like modern D&D. So I actually like when games give strength characters more to do. So how do you handle that? Like the strength score.
Yeah.
What influences that in the game? Because in BX it's just like, oh, you can open doors better and you have like a damage bonus.
All right. So you get so a couple things. So first off, all the dex fighters, they can't use it. Their dexterity bonus doesn't add to damage. It only adds to attack. Yeah. And it only adds to attack with small and medium weapons, not with large weapons. So you're not dex fighting with a two-handed sword or a great axe.
Yeah.
So that's one. So strength adds to your ability to hit with any melee weapon, and it adds to your damage with melee weapons as well as your damage with thrown weapons. Okay. And then when you use a two-handed weapon, you are able to do sweep attacks, and you can do more cleaves based on the power of the two-handed weapon. And the two-handed weapons, the large weapons, do more damage. And that becomes really important because of the cleave rules. Because the difference between doing 5 points and they live and 6 points and they kill is, did you take out another opponent that round? And so I've never seen the problem occur that dex fighters are more powerful than strength fighters. By far, the gods on the battlefield tend to be, you know, an 18 strength fighter with who's just, you know, mowing people down because, you know, he's hitting with +3 damage, +1 for his fighter damage bonus, and a D10 on the die roll with his great axe. You know, he's taking out for 1 or 2 hit dice monsters every round and cleaving, and it's just good fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, I will say the one cheesy thing I know is there are some people that have specifically gone out to search for 18 dex characters. They hire them as henchmen, put them in plate armor, and they have them stand in the front of the formation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just pure tanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't now, you know, going simulations here, wouldn't that plate mail kind of ruin the dex? Like that dex isn't going to matter that much. Now I know, to be fair, armor is actually made to be moved in. I do understand the history of armor with that, but you still wouldn't have necessarily an 18 dex if you're standing in a line, in some sort of phalanx, so to speak. There's no dex in that.
Yeah. So it's very interesting. In the early drafts of ACKS 2, I actually had rules to reflect that. And the ACKS player base revolted against me and threatened to overthrow my throne, and because they just didn't want that. They like the unrealism of being able to be Dexy and plate. And I think it's because it helps you keep characters alive. So I relented
that's actually a thing that modern D&D
under the onslaught of
I don't think it's unrealistic though, because like plate armor don't limit you as much as your fucking human body limits you. You know, it's gonna get you tired faster, but it doesn't limit what you can do.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually a thing that modern D&D does, because like a dex character can wear like light and medium armor and they get like the dex bonus up to a certain degree, but heavy armor doesn't give you a dex bonus. This is a flat AC, so that gives like the characters with low dex like a chance to, you know, get like decent AC. So it's like it's not really like out of the realm of it's not really that crazy is what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, games already do that. So
But in modern D&D, like Dex is very like the king stat.
It is
exactly,
and that's always like a force you can in one direction.
In ACKS, people say that charisma is the god stat. So
that must be so in the higher, like when you start in the domain play, that must play a big role as well, no?
Yeah, charisma is definitely really valuable in ACKS. But my answer is, yeah, it is, but it's no more valuable than it ought to be, in the sense that, like, Alexander the Great wasn't worshipped as a god during his own lifetime because he had low charisma, right?
Yeah,
obviously.
Also, diplomacy is important. I remember playing one of the it was like Rome Total War, and I beat the game literally just by sending in spies and by bribing people.
Really?
Like, I barely fought any battles. I would just go to a town and I would send in like diplomats, and I would just like offer them gold, and it's like, oh yeah, we'll join you. And I literally took over all of Europe like that.
That's like being the Byzantine Empire, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I mean, but if you think about
the Dutch way,
the real world,
exactly.
What people tend to succeed more in life? Which people tend to seem to live a little bit more on easy mode? They tend to be the people that have high charisma. So now charisma isn't just looks, but looks start it. They say first impressions are a bitch, right? Well, looks start it, and then your ability to comport yourself, that gets you pretty far, or can get you pretty far in the world. Now, you probably need some intelligence and wisdom to back it up as well. But you get what I'm saying.
Being likable is going to get you.
How to Win Friends and Influence People is a pretty popular book for a reason.
Yep.
But it's not just likability. It's not just like it really is a presence of self. Yes.
Yeah.
And Matt, you're fucking salesman. You're car.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so we've talked about character creation, getting into the game, some of the classes. Do we need to talk about some of the races? Yeah, let's talk about some of the races. What kind of races do you have in the games and the game, and what can they do?
So in the core rules, we've got your elves, you got your dwarves, and we have two races that are unique to the Arn Empire setting, which is the Nobirans and the Zaharans. Nobirans are basically people who trace their ancestry to like demigods and heroes. So they're like, when I played Lord of the Rings ACKS, I used them to represent the Dunedain, things like that. So you have the Nobirans, and then you have the Zaharans, and the Zaharans are a race of man that made evil pacts with dark powers, and so they're kind of corrupt. They have penalties if they get restored to life because their souls are blackened, but they get more magic and things. And so then there's one sample class for the Nobirian, one sample class for the Zaharan, two classes for the elves, two classes for the dwarves. In other supplements, we've got gnomes, we've got halflings, and in some of the supplements, like barbarian conquerors, we've got like gecko men and lizard men and bug men and all sorts of crazy stuff. So, but for the core game, it's your core elf, dwarf, human with the two Nobiran and Zaharan. Yeah.
So Max, you don't like magic dwarves, but you love gnomes.
Yeah, that's weird. He's weird.
Yeah.
No, I like gnomes as written up in normal D&D, not in Dragonlance or Warcraft or the nonsense gnomes that are. No, but I do like normal gnomes. Yes.
Well, so you'll be amused. In ACKS, gnomes are supposed to be the descendants of dwarves and elves who crossbred thousands of years ago.
And isn't that how they're originally written up? Basically, as the combination of elves and dwarves.
Yep. Yep. So the difference between a dwarf and a gnome is that a gnome has a sense of humor, and the difference between a gnome and an elf is that the sense of humor is practical.
The way I usually treat them is like gnomes are to halflings what elves are to humans.
So halflings in ACKS by default are a crossbreed of humans and dwarves that has the worst qualities of both races.
ACKS and now Free League and ACKS decided to take halflings and drop them on their head.
Well, okay. All right. Can I have a rant? I'm going to do a rant.
Oh, yeah, please. No, I encourage ranting here.
All right. Yes. The whole point of the hobbits in Lord of the Rings is that they were supposed to be the most unlikely heroes imaginable, right?
Yeah.
If you were writing that book today, you would have made them like an autistic, disabled person who's blind and in a wheelchair, because that's the most unlikely hero imaginable, right?
Well, not in 5e.
Because they were in Lord of the Rings, they became a default character class, and it has never made sense. They're like, if you are a 3 foot tall person who likes to eat treats, give gifts, and not work very hard, you should not be one of the default adventuring
you should
classes.
work for Santa.
Full stop. Full stop. So I just didn't put them in as one of the default adventuring classes. There's optional rules if you want them.
No, that honestly, that makes perfect sense. And I wish this goes kind of like back to the BattleTech talk that we had before. And I wish people would play the races not as humans, but as the tropes that they're supposed to be. And when you do that, absolutely. Well, I'm a halfling. I'm short, so I get it's harder for people to hit me. I can tumble. Why? And I have +3 because of my dexterity. Yada yada. It's like the numbers say this is what I should be. But your race says that you're lazy. Well, I'm the exception.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody wants
exactly.
to be and
So
those
Well,
go ahead, Krusty.
Going back to the Nobirans, with like in the world of Hyboria, would the Nobirans be the Hyperboreans, those descended from Atlanteans?
Yeah, they would be the descendants of Atlanteans. Yeah.
And then the other race was the
Zaharans.
Yeah. Would those be like the like the members of the cult of Set, your half snake people?
I would say probably the closest to the Zaharans in Hyboria would be the Acheronians. So if you think Zaltotun, who gets raised from the dead after 3,000 years in Hour of the Dragon, and if you actually look at that, they have this whole thing where he's like the sorcerer who raises him is a Stygian sorcerer, and they're like, and he's like, but Zaltotun is far more powerful than I. For I've only accumulated the power that you can get from a lifetime of damnation, but he comes from a race that's damned.
Okay.
It's like,
I thought maybe they were the cult of Set or the snake people that the Stygians were worshiping.
No, they're more like that. They're more like the Acheronians. Yeah.
Oh wow.
They would appear like mostly human, I guess. Like they're kind of like
mostly
race
human
of men. So it keep the empire or the world like very like human centric, but you have like different flavor of men. I like that.
Yeah.
So
I like human centric. I like human centric games, with the races as sort of additional species rather than this kind of it's Seattle and
metropolitan Los Angeles.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there's a video on that. I'm sure we've all seen. Just as a side note, 2 things. Number 1, we are $64 away from giveaway. If we still have plenty of time, it's okay. I'm just letting people know we're $64 away from potential giveaway. Also, just in case it wasn't clear, and I should have probably said this at the beginning of the stream, I am not going to do anything here that puts Mr. Macris's Kickstarter in jeopardy or anything like that, which is why I'm not cussing up a storm or acting like a weirdo. At the same time, I have no rules when it comes to just don't get me kicked off of YouTube. Other than that, if you want to rant, if you want to curse, if you want to do whatever, I am.
Gosh darn it!
Yeah, golly gee, Beaver.
God darn it!
I've never cursed on this stream, luckily.
Oh, so. Never. You've never drank, cursed, or yeah, that's a lie. But I'm just putting it out there. I mean, like hey folks, look, I can be respectful to people. So but you're welcome to say whatever you feel needs to be said. You can curse me out. I don't care.
And I have.
And he has, actually, Malachi hasn't because he's new to the show. But other than that, every one of them has at some point or another.
I was just going to call you a Gully Dwarf fan.
Oh, savage.
Yeah.
You know what?
Savage.
Fuck all you people. I'm
There you go.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if he couldn't be joined?
That would be
We're all just like,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, it's no longer some random stream. It's now Uberman Pimp's psychedelic beer machine with your host Crafty Matt.
No, it's Victor and friends. What are you talking
and then
about?
I got the Australians coming after me. Kick Max off YouTube. He's talking about Mr. Max Boy. That's got to be it, right?
Yeah, that's gonna
probably,
be probably.
So
yes.
Thank you for the $5.
When it's convenient. I'm the decoy when people should Max gets. Oh, he's this guy.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we have 2 Maxes here. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why he likes to get me on.
So we've talked so far about again, we're starting at the beginning at the adventurer side of it. So let's talk a little bit about the adventuring so that we can dive into the grandiose stuff in a moment. Yeah. How does the game play in a simplistic sense? Obviously, we don't want 300 pages worth of rules here, but how does a typical round of action work with the players?
Yeah. So like the other games in its tradition, its progenitors, time in the dungeon is measured in turns of 10 minutes. And, you know, during your turn, you can move at your exploration speed. You can hastily search as you travel. You can stop. One person in the party can stop and listen. And, you know, you track your time requirements for your torches, etc. There's wandering monsters every periodic number of turns. So the basic gameplay flow is you trade basically turns of time to explore at different levels of risk, right? Like, do we stop at this intersection and methodically search it, or do we just press on through, etc.? Combat is organized into rounds, and a round represents, quote, a brief moment, a brief span of time that can be as short as 10 seconds or as long as a minute. Okay. The idea being that in real combat, you have moments where people are absolutely paralyzed and everyone is just hunkering down and it's total chaos. And then you have other moments where the action is moving super fast, right? Mm-hmm. So we keep it flexible, but in general, 10 rounds is one turn. Now, a really nice virtue of that is that it allows us to have that, since the rounds don't quite exactly always correlate to real world time, it enables us to avoid having mages create watches based on spells with a duration. Okay, so the combat itself, you know, starts off, you have the encounter, you roll to see if there's surprise, you roll for reactions. If combat breaks out, you roll initiative. You have to pre-declare spells and pre-declare fighting withdrawals and retreats before the initiative roll. Okay. And then the way the initiative runs, so the best possible initiative you can get is a 10. And so it's done as a countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. And on your countdown, you get to act. The action is never simultaneous. It's always sequential. If it's two players from the same side, they can choose which order they want to go in. If they can't decide, the GM chooses. If there's both NPCs and player characters at the same time, then opponents, then it's whichever side has the fewer number of troops. So if you're up against 100 orcs with your 10 men, then on a tie, you're going to go before the orcs. But if it's 10 men versus one dragon on a tie, the dragon goes before you, which is like a very subtle mechanic that rewards you having smaller parties. Yeah. And then on your action, you can take one movement action followed by one combat action. You can't do combat then move. It's always movement versus then combat. You know, your movement actions are your basic, you know, move, whatever, but there's also actions in lieu of movement, like get something off of my belt or pick up an item from the floor or pick up a friend's body. And then your combat actions are, you know, attack, spell, etc. Or they can also be actions in lieu of attacking, which are things like drink a potion. And so it's just very very straightforward.
So as when combat is initiated, so let's just say, just make it simple, I'm fighting you. Is it a typical D20 roll versus armor class? I say typical again. You know, not everybody watches us is a D&D fan. A lot of them are Palladium and other. So it's a D20 versus armor class, and then is it ascending or descending armor class?
Yeah, so the system is slightly different from what's used in traditional Dungeons & Dragons, which I think is very important since I've moved off the OGL. So it works like this. Do you know how in basic D&D everybody had saving throws? Like your saving throw was like 16 or higher to succeed, and then as you got better, your saving throws got easier, right? Okay, so in ACKS, everything works that way. So you start off at first level, you have an attack throw of 11 or higher to hit. At second level, it goes to 10. You know, at fourth level, it goes to 9, right? So everything gets easier. And then what you do is, so let's say your attack throw is 11. That's what hits armor class 0. And armor class 0 means you have 0 armor, right? So 0 is 0 armor. And then armor ascends from there. And so let's say I have an attack throw of 10 and I'm attacking a target with AC 5. Then I hit, but it bounces off as armor on 10 to 14. And on 15 or higher, I penetrated his armor or avoided his armor and I hit him.
Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it. Okay.
That's something also I found, like, that it was a very clean design, because like you said, armor class 0, you got no armor. There's no like jankiness. Like, and the more you add armor, the higher, you know, it's all very logical. So it's very easy for players to wrap their head around it. If you teach that to somebody new to our role-playing game, there's no like order there. There's no like needless complexity. So that's also something like I thought you very clever way to do it.
Yeah, and it makes touch attacks really simple, because you just say you can, you know, you just need to get, like, if I'm hurling burning oil, right, then I don't worry about the target's armor class. I just hurl the burning oil to the location I want to roll, and it's just a roll against my attack throw. Very easy.
And it's also reminiscent like to the attack metrics in a way, like, because you have like this number that you need to hit. to hit armor class 0, and that goes down as you level up. So, yeah.
So it's a little bit of a mix of sort of different systems, but in practice, it's really clean and easy, and the player just rolls and he's like, I hit armor class 3, and you're like, all right, you missed, or all right, you hit him, but it bounced off his armored plate, or okay, you hit him and you did damage.
Yeah, like Konwasi said there in chat, like Taco, it's almost like Taco because that's what you need to hit armor class 0, except that the armor class add to, instead of like this weird subtraction that you have to go like in both way, or do like Max like to say, armor class minus dice roll, Taco minus dice roll.
Taco minus die roll equals armor class hit. Come on, I have a video on that. You need to go back and watch that, mister.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with Taco. I grew up on 2nd edition. I don't think it, like, people make it out to be this, like it's calculus or something. It's a little.
No, it's not difficult.
Hey, look, people don't know how to write cursive today, so how are they going to know how to subtract?
I don't think Taco is difficult, but it's kind of like counterintuitive, and I think the way you do it is easier. Like, you have to think like, oh, the armor class, descending armor class, like the target needed gets smaller, like, so, but like just like you got more armor, you got bigger number.
Yeah, and that's true of everything in the game. It's true of the saving throws, it's true of the attack throws, it's true of the proficiency throws, right? So if you're a thief and you're like, what do I need to throw to open a lock? You just look at your sheet and it's like open lock 17. Okay, I need to throw 17 or higher on the D20 to open a lock, and it puts the emphasis on the character rather than. And the other thing I really like about it is it makes it much harder for the GM to just sort of decide after you roll whether you succeeded, right?
Yeah.
There's a big flaw of difficulty class systems where you're like, I try to pick the lock and my bonus is +5, and you roll, and then the GM just looks at your roll and then retroactively determines the difficulty class based on whether he wants you to succeed, right? And there's no way the player can tell, but it's like, I find that to be sort of fudging and cheating, and I don't like that. So to me, it's just very transparent. So.
Is there an attack matrix in the books, and then also going to be an attack matrix on the judge's screen for your glancing blows, your misses, and your hits?
You don't need to.
Yeah, you don't really need to. Like, there is, I'll probably have on the GM screen just a little table that shows the attack throw of monsters, but all the monster entries tell you their attack throw, so pretty easy.
Okay. No, in my head, I'm trying to visualize it because I haven't done that system before. It seems like it makes sense. It seems like it'd be easier. Of course, until I roll the dice on it, I don't know. But I like the fact that you looked at these systems and you want to clean it up, but at the same time, you're giving it. It sounds like a pejorative when I say it, but you want that kind of simulation side of it where it's like it makes sense. It's not just binary 1 or 0 hit miss. No, you've got the glancing blows. And like you said, the GM fudging it, like, and I hate the GM fudging as well. Don't get me wrong. Like the die rolls for the die roll for a reason. Why are you rolling them if you're just going to lie about it? So yeah. And then look, I like Thaco. I have 0 issues with it. But as Mr. Max said, and I think everybody, even us Thaco lovers, can agree, it's not as intuitive. Why overcomplicate the system just to have it overcomplicated? If you can make it simpler, if you can make it easier and more understandable, and we're just rolling dice and moving on, I think that's a win-win-win.
Yep.
So this might get too simulationist, but we're talking to Macris, so probably not. So the glancing blows have like an effect beyond narrative. Like if I make a glancing blow against like a character in like plate mail, does he maybe like get stumbled? So like his next attack gets like a -1 or something like that?
No, it would be really easy to do that. Now, what there are some attacks where you don't have to worry about the target's armor class because you're not trying to penetrate the armor. So, for instance, if you're up against a guy in plate armor and you do a wrestling attack against him, you're just rolling against your attack throw. And then if you've hit it, then you've grappled him, and you don't really care if he's in plate armor or chain armor when you're grappling him, which is nice.
That was a big tactic back actually in the day. Like, get him on the ground and then stab him with a dagger.
Would you have to worry about his dex in that case?
You do worry about his dex, yeah. But most monsters don't have a dex bonus, and most characters don't. So, like, it comes up, and that can be a little bit of a complexity. I would say the most complex part of the thing is the initiative, in the sense that, excuse me, we allow you to delay your initiative, and we allow you to ready an action. So after you take your movement action, you can ready a combat action. And so that allows you to set up things like, I'm going to move over to the doorway and ready to attack anyone who comes in the doorway. And that becomes really fun because then you're readied, and then the orcs come charging in, and as the orcs come charging in, you kill them and you cleave. And if you don't have a target for your cleave, you can go back to ready. And so you can actually simulate, one man holding down, the doorway heroically,
bridge,
or like the hero on the bridge. Yep.
You mentioned monsters don't have a dex bonus, so I assume they just have like hit dice and they don't have like their own separate statistics.
They do. They have an armor class. They have
well, I mean, like they don't have strength, will, all that stuff. Like in BX, you just have a hit dice, and like if you want to, you kind of extrapolate from that. It's like, well, this thing has like a 7 hit dice, so it's obviously huge and strong. So maybe it gets a bonus to something.
So I'll tell you how I handle that. So the idea is that, excuse me, is that ability scores are always relative to your race. So a giant with strength 18 is a very strong giant. A giant with strength 3 is a weak giant. So if you have strength 3 and you get turned into a giant, you're now a giant with strength 3 relative to giantness. So there are rules in the monster manual that explains how ability scores affect monsters, but we just assume that most monsters, like most humans, are 9 to 12, and it doesn't matter, and we don't have to worry about it. But if you really wanted to stat out that ogre champion with strength 18 and constitution 18, who's the most badass ogre ever, or you want to make the pathetic ogre who's got intelligence 18 for an ogre but strength 3, you can do that. But it's optional. It's modular.
So you could like literally just take like a boss monster and kind of make it like more like a character rather than an NPC. You can give it character stats and then extrapolate. It's like, oh, it's a giant, so that strength 18 means it can whip a tree out of the ground and
exactly.
So, exactly. That's cool.
And so what happens is the greater your strength, the more your strength bonus matters. So if you're 4 times stronger than a human being, then your strength bonus is likewise more valuable.
I'm gonna move this along here and just again thinking out loud here. I never talked with Mr. Macris about how long you're willing to stay and talk to us. I normally do a 4-hour stream. I don't expect somebody to stay 4 hours, but we've already been doing this for 2.5 hours, and I know we still have a lot to talk about. So, but if you ever get tired, like, look, guys, we can do this some other time. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But
I'm not tired, but I need a drink because my throat is getting raspy. So let me grab that. I'll be right back.
Sounds great. Yep. So, I'm liking this. Just so you folks out there know, I wasn't coming in to be argumentative with him. And in fact, I told him before the stream, because I was going to have Malachi and Crafty and Mr. Max and Victor, who I already know either already talked to him or already liked the game. I wanted to play a little bit of devil's advocate just to put that dynamic out there, so it wasn't just a love fest, but also like, hey, I want you to convince me to like this game. Well, he did it within like the first 15 minutes. So
but I knew there was a lot you would like in that game, because like I said myself, like I'm not the biggest OSR guy, and like the first time I saw ACKS, and like that's what I said, like people would talk about that. I saw that's cool. These games are cool. They wouldn't sell me until I talked to Macris and I saw like his YouTube channel, which you should all check out, because if you like, even if you're not into it.
What is your YouTube channel? So I get you in the description right now.
It's just my name, at Alexander Macris, and the channel's called Arbiter of Worlds.
Okay.
No, I'm definitely sold myself. Like, especially since it's very modular, so I can ignore what I want and use what I want. And when I talk about you're known for your Uber simulationism and stuff like that, I say that with love, because I think that's awesome. So.
I don't consider it a pejorative. I mean, I grew up with simulationist games. I think people who use it as a pejorative are just weak.
But it's also like, it's not simulationist in the every action that like resolving an attack doesn't take like fucking 15 things to calculate. That's not where the simulation come in. There's a simulation aspect to the world and stuff like that, so people need to consider that. Like, people say like, well, like there's some game that try to do that, maybe like Battle of the 23rd century kind of do that, like, now you have to check those 3-4 fucking thing before you know if you hit.
I love Battlelords the 23rd century as a guilty pleasure game, not as my favorite game out there, and only up through 6th edition. Forget the 7th edition weirdos.
Savage Worlds version.
What's that?
I'll just play the Savage
That's
Worlds
not
version.
battle. That's like Rifts, man. Savage Worlds. Look, I understand that people want to run their settings in Savage Worlds, but it's not the same. When the game plays differently, it's not the same game.
Change the tone.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, ACKS simulation is not so much as that the rules are like overly complicated. It's mostly just that everything was thought of. So if like you need something, you can find it in the book, and it could just be like a simple wall, but it's there. Like, you don't have to just make it up on the spot as a GM, which can be hard. So
my favorite thing is that modularity. That modularity is something I absolutely adore because I can use it or not use it, and that it's not like something. Well, it says right here you have to. No. I mean, we all know. As game masters, we can do what we want anyway. But with the modern mindset, not able to say no, I like the fact that it's just designed as modular. So I can use as much of it or as little as I want. Maybe I start off not using much, but I start to find more and more. I like adding that in. Boom, it's right there, ready to go. I don't have to think about it. Bam, I like that.
And and you can take your time to master the specific subsystem and then move on to the next once you've mastered it.
There's something I often complain about, like when people like talk about rule lights and rule light this, rule light that. Oh, it's a rule light game. Just it's ruling above rule. Like I often see like that's fucking like sometimes like a lazy excuse for like for lazy game designer. I mean, you're not.
Because I'll counter that by saying a good framework will allow you to make the appropriate ruling for your setting.
You see some games, where you have a thief class and stuff like that, but then like they have no rules for climbing and sneaking and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you have like
or those one-page rule games that you're like, why do I even bother?
Well, not even just the one-page game. Sometimes like there's huge gap, and then it's like, well, you can just like as the gym, you can just make it on the spot, and yes, you can, but while I can make all the rules on the spot, then like why am I buying a game? And I think that's something that Alexander like kind of agree with that as well. Like
absolutely, I got two thoughts on that. So first, I don't think it's rulings over rules. I think it's that rulings are rules.
Exactly,
because the judge, the GM, should be consistent in his ruling.
Yes,
and if he encounters a new area in the game, he absolutely should make a ruling for that. But then he should write it down. And if the next session the players go back and do the exact same activity, then it should be the same mechanic applying. Or they've talked about it in between, and the GM was like, well, I made a bad call, so this is how we're going to handle it going forward. That's fine, too.
There should be room for, like, improvements, obviously, like refinements.
Yeah, exactly. So I think rulings are rules, kind of like common law versus civil law, right? Same concept. The other thing I say is that the rules light approach, it doesn't scale well. And here's what I mean. So let's say you go into town and you're like, hey, how many swords can I buy? And the GM has no idea. And it's a 50-person town. And he's like, I don't know, man, 10 swords. You're like, okay, cool. Okay, but whatever, right? He just made it up on the spot. He didn't think it was a big deal. And that's totally fine. Except now he's established you can buy 10 swords in town. So when the players say, well, I'm going to raise an army. So you said it was 10 swords per 50 peasants. So since there's 100,000 peasants, this is how many swords I can get, and I can field this size an army. You're like, whoa, no, I didn't mean that. Like that doesn't make any sense, whatever. So like small mistakes that are completely irrelevant in a game purely focused on dungeon delving become catastrophic when you try and scale up to the level of armies and kingdoms. And so you got to get it right. And you can't expect that GM to run a game that scale, making it up on the fly, because he's going to get it wrong, and that small mistake can be catastrophic for the verisimilitude of the world. So that's why a lot of the exhaustive detail is there, and that's also why it's optional, because it doesn't even matter until you get there. Yeah. That makes sense.
And one thing you said, like, and I totally agree, is like those rule light game, they only rule light at the start of the campaign, and as the campaign progressed, it became just as complicated as any other game. But then sometime like now it's just going to be like something like it's kind of like a shanty town of rules, like build like like on the fly on top of each other instead of like having solid construction with a plan.
I mean, look, what RuneQuest is the Perrin conventions applied to D&D, right? Like it's just house rule D&D.
Fair. The one, I guess, caveat I'd put to that is maybe we see rules light a little differently with that, because I do absolutely agree that there are systems out there that are like that it's not. They don't even provide enough of a framework to make things work. I would say in the situation of the 10 swords in the 50 town, you got lucky and there were 10 swords there, but the 100,000 town, guess what? That's all going to the army, or they're conscripted out, or they're for whatever reason, you don't get a big shipment of metal here, so you only get 100 swords in this one. So I wouldn't have a problem making a ruling like that, but the fact that I don't have to is fine. Where I would say that I kind of different, say the rules light is fine, and this might be a different definition, this is why I'm saying this, is As long as I have that framework there, if you do this, it's +5. If you do this, it's +1. Well, I think you're doing something that's somewhere in the middle there, so I'm giving you a +3. I don't need a rule written for every +3, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I look at like the whole rules. Like a Palladium gets its balls busted all the time, or the fact that, well, it's got rules for seemingly everything except for the one thing I wanted. Well, Kevin is his whole concept is like, I've given you enough. You should be able to make it up at this point, for what works for, your adjudication at that time. And I personally like that. Once again, though, looking at ACKS 2, it seems like it allows for that. Like it's there if you want to use it, but if you want to make the judgment call, and move on. But I agree with you 100%. I write it all through my stuff. A fair and reasonable, in this case, judge needs to make that decision.
Mm-hmm.
I personally kind of like a middle ground, and that's how I write a lot of my games. I give you like a basic rule, and then I often add, per referee's discretion, this rule can be modified in this way.
And it's funny because you shouldn't have to say that, yet you do nowadays, right?
Yeah, my whole book is full of that. If I type that in the search bar, I'm sure it pops up like 1,000 times. So yeah.
The T-shirt, by the way, T-shirt historian jumped on in here and he said hi earlier for those who may have missed it. It's like, I like rules, but not stumbling over them constantly as a GM or as a player, and rules that slow the game down, overly restrict actions and ideas. And if there's something I can say, at least in the conversation, because I agree with T-shirt historian on this one completely, I haven't heard anything in here that sounds like we're stumbling over rules at all.
And also, I got to say, like at ACKS, cover a bigger scope than a lot of game, because you have the adventurer, the conqueror, and the king.
And we are going to get to those other parts here. Do you guys have anything? Because I have one more question on, we'll say, the adventurer side. Do you guys have anything else you want to add, or ready for me to move on here?
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
I was about to move on.
So it's my show. I'll move out. No, we're staying right now. The one other thing, and I don't want to get into equipment lists, but it was kind of talked about before a little bit, the logistics and the survival aspect, the torches and so forth. I am a proponent. I've always struggled with this because I'm a huge proponent of running out of torches, running out of arrows, running out of food, running out of water. But I also don't like every little tally on there. Like, I am exactly on here, so I only had half a ration. So it's like, I think it gets too spreadsheet oriented in that regard. Now, that's personal taste. Other people love that. How does this game handle, we'll just say, the adventure side logistics for the characters?
Sure. So certainly we have, tracking of arrows and torches and how long they burn. The game tells you how much food and water you need. It tells you what happens if you don't have enough.
Okay.
And it tells you how to forage for more food and water if you need to out in the wilderness. And then it says, more or less, that you as the player should worry about this to the extent that your judge makes it a priority.
Okay.
And I think let me see if I can actually.
So while you're looking that up, I don't know how much you know about the game, but I love the free league concept of survival because it's very meaningful to the game. And in fact, if you fail enough survival rolls, it's hard, but you could starve or you could injure yourself. You could, you busted up your ankle. You got a critical injury as you were trying to do the survival aspects because it's baked into the game like that. So I liked that aspect of it without, again, having the spreadsheet of exactly how many leaves of lettuce I have.
Right. So what I say in the rules is some judges prefer to hand wave the logistical considerations of wilderness travel and in favor of focusing on high adventure. Other judges run campaigns where the wilderness is as dangerous as its inhabitants. Be sure to check with your judge before spending too much attention worrying about rations, weather, and so on. Right? So it's just modular. It's there if you want it. Like if you want to, you can actually track that your characters have gotten dehydrated and how many constitution points they're losing per day until they get water. It's there.
There are also rules that are going to be more relevant in different phases of the game. At some point, you become like a king and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about all that stuff so much because you have like people for that. So you can worry about other. It's part of the rules. Like now that's part of the rules. You don't have to worry
at that point from feeding yourself to feeding your people.
Yeah, exactly. At that point, what you have is you have an army with a supply cost, and you need to have a supply base that can feed it and a supply line to that base. And so, it's a very different concern. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's move on forward. We've been adventurers for a while. Now we're getting into Conqueror phase. What does that mean for folks that might not know the adventure Conqueror King transition? What does Conqueror mean at this point for the game?
So Conqueror is the transition from when you are a rootless wanderer to when you have started to lay down roots into the setting and you begin to establish a toehold in positions of power. And I would say this, in Acts 1, I did not do a good job explaining how to run the Conqueror phase. And the number one complaint I heard from players and GMs was that they stumbled when they hit the Conqueror phase and they weren't able to figure out how to proceed. And so the campaign, they only made it to 7th or 8th level. Now, some groups did, they kind of figured it out, but they didn't figure it out because I explained it to them. They just kind of figured it out. So in Acts 2, I go out of my way throughout the Judge's Journal to explain exactly how the conquest phase is going to work. And part of it is that you need to set up the game world so that there can be a Conqueror phase. Let me give an example. If I wake up tomorrow and I'm like, I think I'd like to conquer the United States, this is just simply not going to happen. The setting of the United States is not one where a middle-aged man can conquer the country. On the other hand, if I were myself in war-torn and plague-ravaged Britain, there's a much more chance for, a foolish adventurer to gain a foothold in power through daring deeds. So I discuss a lot of like the very specifics that you need to have. So it's things like, for instance, you should make sure that most of the NPCs in your setting are sort of vain, terrible, awful people who the players will feel no guilt whatsoever about decapitating and taking their thrones. Because, if you make them like really good, virtuous people and they're running a really bright kingdom, then you kind of feel like a terrible person if you're conquering, and you don't want that.
It's also very much harder to conquer because you have the support of the people.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing I talk about is that you should have two different threats in your campaign. You have the obvious threat, which is what all the NPCs are focused on. And then you have the secret threat, which gradually builds over time that the adventurers are stumbling upon. And you see this technique used in a lot of really good fantasy novels like Game of Thrones. The obvious is the king is dead and now we're having the Game of Thrones. But the secret threat is, holy shit, there's an undead army advancing from the north and no one will believe me when I try and tell them about it because they're too busy fighting the Game of Thrones. And so the idea, the way to set up an ACKS campaign is that Conqueror phase comes when you figure out the secret threat, so as to speak. And then you're like, okay, you know what? We have to take power because these assholes on the throne are just fat slobs and they're fighting over the pieces of the empire and it's all falling apart and it falls to us to save the day. And so that's what gives you that motivation to go through that level.
Okay. And what specifically do... Well, okay, I better be careful with the word specifically, but what do characters do first of all, what level does that usually hit? And then what do characters do? I mean, I'm guessing it's not just a switch transition.
No.
What is that transition about?
Yeah, so the transition kind of occurs from 5 to 9. So at 5th level, all of the character classes get kind of a secondary downtime power that's beneficial. So fighters get a morale bonus to troops that they lead in battle. Mages get the ability to do potions and scrolls. And so now when you hit in spell research, when you hit 5th level, you have a little bit of incentive to invest some time into these campaign activities. By the time when you get to 9th level, if you've conquered or built a stronghold at 9th level, you immediately attract followers and mercenaries and peasants to come under your rule. And so between unlocking that first kind of downtown power at 5th and then getting to 9th and getting your followers and getting set up as a ruler, so you're sort of incentivized to figure out how to get from A to B, how to make that happen. Okay. So that's how the game. That's how the game mechanics.
Question about the stronghold. First of all, you said if you have a stronghold by 9th level, so this presumes that you're not like D&D where all of a sudden now finally at 9th level you're allowed to have one. You can actually start that process beforehand.
Absolutely.
And then my second part of that question is how involved is that? Again, using Forbidden Lands as the example, because I think for me it's kind of the epitome of balance between gameplay versus out of gameplay, so to speak. The stronghold is an important aspect of that game, and you're adventuring to improve that stronghold a lot of times. How does ACKS handle the stronghold?
So I don't know Forbidden Lands to be able to respond directly in comparison. So your stronghold can be handled very abstractly. It has a stronghold value in gold pieces. Okay. And given the size of the stronghold, it can secure a certain amount of terrain. If you try and hold more territory than your stronghold can secure, then you have morale penalties because you're sort of not fortified enough. So you can handle it very, very abstractly. And then if battle comes up and there's a siege, you can handle the siege abstractly, where it's just stronghold value, structural hit points, abstract.
How do you improve that stronghold?
If you're just doing it very abstractly, then you're just spending gold pieces to increase its stronghold value.
Okay.
Right. So you can do it very abstractly.
So it's basically gold piece for points.
Yeah. Now, if you want to get more into it, you can actually have construction rules where you can design every building. You can hire the staff to do it. You can have them work normal time or double time. You can purchase components to let them build it faster. You can lay out exactly how it is to make it defensible, and then you can fight that sieges and things like that out on the tabletop.
Okay.
So as with most things, we basically have like an abstract if you don't want to think about this, and a deeper dive if you're really interested in doing
I can't express to you how much I love that. The fact that you took both into consideration. I really do. I can't say it enough. And Seth McFalton here for $10 says, now I have 2 Kickstarters. Now I have to back 2 Kickstarters this month. Yes, I guarantee you that barring my wife, throwing a knife at me or something, I will. Yeah, well, I've been spending a little bit of money. I will be backing this Kickstarter 100%.
Yeah, a question for Max. Before Alex got on here, it's like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to back this or not. And now
I was honestly, I've watched him on a couple other shows, and I looked at what the quality of those books look like, and I was kind of going to buy it because I liked the quality of the way those books looked. I also remember I keep things that I can find value in, even if I don't play ACKS itself, and it has a lot of systems in there that I might want to reference. So it's already kind of on the cusp. It kind of depended on the price, depended on something, I don't know, but leaning towards probably. Now it's a guaranteed yes.
Yeah, see.
Great. That makes me happy. I mean, no one could accuse me of not doing the homework on this, man. It's been a multi-year project, and I probably am never going to decide to try and do a game project this big by myself again, because I didn't just bite off more than I could chew, or I bit off so much that it's chewing me. So
not to be, I'm probably going to get thrown off stage for this joke, but we'll say that a couple of years ago you were in your adventuring stage of game development. Now you're in your conquering stage.
That's right.
And looking forward to being king.
That's right. In the king stage, I'll just publish third-party products under the ACKS brand while I sip tequila on the beach. It'll be very exciting.
So DM Blackwell here asks, what else does a stronghold do for you?
All right. So a stronghold does for you those things which you think a stronghold should do in a setting like this. So one of the things is stronghold creates a market. So if you have a stronghold, it's always at least a class 6 market where people can buy and sell goods, and you can do arbitrage trading. So stronghold is a supply base from which you can field an army. And if your stronghold is linked by a road to a larger stronghold or urban settlement, then you can use that urban settlement as the base by tracing it through your stronghold. And then, of course, a stronghold enables you to garrison troops. It helps you secure territory. So what it does not do, and this is a very deliberate choice. So for instance, there's this one supplement for 5th edition where if you have a stronghold, it gives you special magic powers in your adventuring, right? Or because I have a stronghold, therefore I get +1 to hit. Doesn't do any of that stuff. It doesn't work that way.
Is it MMORPG now?
No, it's a specific supplement.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense to me. So there's none of that. The advantage of having a stronghold is that you have a stronghold. You can secure.
I could see a morale bonus.
It does give a morale bonus to your domain.
There we go. Yeah.
It doesn't give you a morale bonus if you're 6 dungeons deep.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's I'm brave because I've got a castle. No, that doesn't work.
I'm the bannerman. I got the banner here for my castle. This should make you feel. No, I don't.
No, here I'll give you some examples from actual gameplay. So, our Empire campaign, which was the first big ACKS campaign, the players built several strongholds, and they use those strongholds to seize power in the borderlands, and so they end up, taking over the capital of the borderlands. And then the big bad shows up, and there was a massive battle. And as that army was advancing, they were spending all the resources they had to put defensive works and extra fortifications and, get troops raised and everything. We're using all the rules for that. Then we actually fought that battle out using the Domains at War combat system on the tabletop. So we had the whole map drawn out, massive battle. They won the battle, barely, drove the big bad away. And so then the big bad retreated to his stronghold, at which point the players had to decide, do we march there with our army slowly, but possibly giving him a chance to necromantically create more undead legions or things? Or do we hotly pursue him and do it as an adventure to try to break into a stronghold and kill him while he's weak? And so they had that choice. And they went for the let's do it as an adventure. And so they got all the high level characters and they got on their Pegasuses and their teleportation spells. And they went to the enemy stronghold and they won. But that doesn't always work. Another campaign, they tried the same thing and they just party wiped. So... so like that's the value of a stronghold. Like if they didn't have a stronghold, they probably would have just been all killed when the enemy showed up with a massive army, and they're like, oh, well, it really would have been nice to have a stronghold.
I mean, getting on the Pegasi and heading towards the Black Castle sounds a lot like my favorite movie, which is Krull. I
Krull is great.
Movie. Yeah,
do you have
totally underappreciated.
Agreed. Do you have rules for like sieges? Because most medieval, especially medieval warfare, like if you had a castle,
or 6-month-long siege.
Yeah, years sometimes. The army would just park around your castle and just like starve you out, and you just like on the walls taunting them, like telling them that they smell like elderberries. But
so there's actually 3 systems for sieges. So first, there's Sieges Simplified, where you literally are just comparing stronghold value against the size of the attacker's army with a couple minor modifiers, like you're on a built on a mountain that can't be mined, whatever, right? Sieges Simplified, this is how long it lasts. When it ends, this is the casualties people take. One page of rules, done. So then there's the siege rules where you actually track, okay, do we have enough troops to invest this fortress? How much structural hit points of damage can we do per day with bombardment? What's the rate at which we can undermine them with siege mines? And so that's like your baseline system. And then if you want to get really intense about it, you can actually do the sieges using the tabletop war game rules, and you actually put the fortress out on the map and you put where your troops are on the map and you play it as the tabletop war game.
Nice.
And it's up to you. And I seamlessly use all 3 systems, right? So like if it's Castle Butthurt is over here and it's being attacked and nobody is there and no player characters there and it's a minor, then I'm just like Siege Simplified. It took them 4 days to capture the fort at the end. But like,
I feel like I was just called out with Castle Butthurt.
No, I was going to ask, is Castle Butthurt, is that in San Francisco or Seattle?
And it's nowhere.
I wanted to the comment that L said about is ACKS to pronounce like ASCII. That's something I wanted. Joking aside, that's because like the fact that he say like Imperial Imprint, it can lead to like, well, is it like ACKS EE, ACKS E, ACKS 2nd edition, ACKS 2? Which one do you prefer?
I go with ACKS 2. ACKS C is really funny though. It didn't occur to me, but yeah, ACKS 2 is what I've been calling it.
Yeah. All right.
So with the stronghold. By the way, Malachi, did you have anything you want to interject in there? Okay.
No.
Is at this level yet? Do you have any involvement in say things like trade routes, caravans? Any sort at the Conqueror level? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah, yeah. So at the Conqueror level, you're probably going to be running your own caravans if you're that sort of a player who's interested in that sort of thing. So you'll have your ship or you'll have your wagons and things. And then what was I going to say? So the way that works is you have the urban settlements associated with the domains, and each urban settlement has different demand modifiers for the goods it wants to buy and sell. So when you go to the domain, you go into its urban settlement and then you can buy goods, and how many goods are available is based on the size of the town. The prices are based on the demand modifiers. You can sell what you have, and then you transport it over to the next town, and that's a wilderness adventure, right? So you could have random encounters. Your caravan could be attacked by bandits, etc. And then when you get there, then kind of rinse and repeat.
It's funny because I see that sort of play in science fiction games a lot. I never really see it in fantasy games. Like people want to hand wave that so much, and I get it, but I like the fact that there's a construct in the game to say, if you want to play this way, it works for sci-fi. Why wouldn't it work for a fantasy setting?
Yeah, exactly. Like Traveler and the Free Trader, same concept.
Yeah.
We have a character class called the Venturer, and he's basically like your equivalent of your merchant and traveler.
And the fighters can just be like the guards, the caravan guards, and stuff like that. Yeah.
And on the flip side, anybody who wants to just say, "Well, I would never do that in my game," great, don't.
Great, don't do it. No worries, all good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anything else at the Conqueror level? Well, I do want to ask this: how does, in a generic sense, how would I, as the fighter, or how would this? Let's say this is our group right here. How would we lead these forces as the Conqueror? These squads.
Mechanically, you mean?
Yeah, mechanically. Without diving into all the rules, but like, how would a round or an hour of play kind of pan out?
Oh, okay, sure. All right. Well, the first thing is, so the number of troops you can lead is based on your level. So at 3rd level, you can be the lieutenant of a platoon, or the commander of a division of platoons. At 7th level, you can be the commander of a division of companies, or at 5th level, you can be a lieutenant of a company, etc. So as you level up, the number of troops that you can effectively control goes with you. The game also really rigorously defines the average level of various tiers of power. So like, you asked earlier, so you don't get a stronghold till 9th level. So actually, most of the strongholds in the world are held by characters who are 3rd to 7th level, right? You've got like your local manor house. That lord is probably 3rd level. He's not 9th level. Like the local manorial lord is 3rd. The local count is maybe 5th level, right? And so. And they tend to be scattered, right? Like there's like 1 5th level count, and then over there he's got a 3rd level baron and a 3rd level baron, and it's kind of scattered out. So if you as a player if your party shows up with 6 5th level characters, you're a huge threat. Like, that baron has to be worried about you. You are in a dangerous threat. And if you show up with 6 5th level characters and each of them has spent some of their money from adventuring to hire 30 mercenaries, you're rolling in with 300 mercenaries, each guy commanding 30, platoon of 30 to 50. Like that becomes, and that's how you become a conqueror, basically.
Well,
I will add one other thing to that. One other thing, which is the aging penalties in ACKS are purposefully very harsh, so that when you hit middle age, all your stats suck, and that is again. So that all of those middle-aged rulers that have sat on their thrones for years and years and years without adventuring have crappy stats, so they really don't want to fight the young bucks that are coming to mess with them. So.
Okay.
So thinking about what you just said, at 9th level, you can build your own castle, because at 9th level, you would have amassed enough wealth to build it.
You can build it at any level. At 9th level. Oh, go ahead.
But what you just pointed out is something that a lot of people don't consider is that there's a lot of strongholds or wizards towers or anything. They're just out in the world.
Jesus, go to Germany. They're across the street from each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where you can just go move into these things, and you don't have to build your own. And what doesn't matter what level, you could be a level 1 veteran and move into an abandoned castle and say, "This is mine."
Yeah, absolutely.
Level 1 veteran, yes.
In fact, in the Borderlands Gazetteer, which is like the primary setting supplement for the game, literally it's a ruined Imperial Legion base camp that's been taken over by bugbears, and none of the legionnaires are particularly motivated to want to go attack bugbears to do it. So the local captain is like, "Hey, listen, if you guys can claim the fort, I'll deputize you and you can rule the fort. Good luck." And so boom, that's like there's the hook. The players go, they kill the bugbears. Now they have their little base camp right on the border of civilization, and they can go from there.
So part 2 of that question then is, what is then why is there that 9th level restriction on certain things when
this is important. So the 9th level restriction isn't what people think it is. You can literally build a stronghold at any time. You could start off at like 1st level and you're allocating some money and you build a cottage. And then at 3rd level, you add a tower to your cottage. And at 5th level, you put a wall around your cottage. Like you could have a stronghold at any time. What 9th level does is at 9th level, you are such an impressive individual that followers flock to your banner. And so unlike every prior moment in the game where you've had to go out and actively recruit hirelings, mercenaries, and henchmen, Now they come to you if you have a stronghold at 9th level. So that's 1. And then 2, the same for peasants. If you're a 3rd level guy and you go build a fort in the wilderness, nobody shows up. They're like, why would I go live under the protection of Bob the Adventurer in what was the Haunted Forest? Like, that sounds like a really bad idea. Now, you can get peasants there if you, do major expenditures to, like, increase immigration or attract them and market your domain. Like, you can get there, but they don't show up automatically. If you're 9th level, though, then you're like Elon Musk saying, I'm building a base on Mars, and people are signing up because they're like, that sounds so awesome.
It's a one-way trip, but I'm signing up anyway.
Yeah. So likewise, so 9th level is the level at which, what's the joke? It's like at 1st level, bear eats you. At 9th level in Russia, you eat the bear. Like 9th level is the you eat the bear. Yeah.
Okay.
The way I picture it is like your Aragorn. Like Aragorn is like, he's done all this stuff. He's like 90 years old. Like everyone knows him, like by like reputation. Like people like automatically kind of like flock to him and stuff like that. Like he's already an important figure in like the Rangers of the North and stuff. I'm sure he like runs like a whole squad and like all this stuff. But just his reputation is now so big that he just by name, like, he can gather people to him, and that's basically 9th level.
Exactly. And getting followers is really important because when you have vassals, you want the vassals to either be henchmen or followers, because if they're not, then they tend to betray you.
Yeah.
And so you'll have some number of henchmen will have leveled up with you, but then at 9th level, now you also get followers that you can also make vassals. And so it expands like the scope of your ability to control.
This is a really specific question, but like as far as like piracy goes and all of that, right? So you're given a letter of marque from a king, and you go into the Caribbean and you set up Nassau. Now your stronghold could be your ship, where the peasants would be the town of Nassau.
That's interesting. Yeah. So the game does not currently let you treat your ship as a stronghold. That sounds like a really fun Axioms article that I think would go over really well. A lot of people have asked me for Age of Sail focused rules. ACKS's default setting is more like late antiquity, Dark Ages, so the ships tend to be more like galleys that beach each night. But that said, there's robust piracy rules. There's a whole section on ocean encounters, and the ocean encounters can be civilized encounters with merchant ships. And there's rules for dynamically generating those merchant ships and what cargo they're carrying. And then there's also, as you're traveling, you might come upon shipwrecks, treasure, islands with buried treasure, all the stuff. So basically everything that you can do with like hex crawling in basic and expert, we now basically have sea crawling in ACKS as well, which is super fun for people that want that.
Why do you got to bring up Dutch history, Craft? He was Zoe, okay? Zoe that we used to conquer the whole world.
So what are the rules for opening up Japan?
people in the like we're talking in the chat about there's like this game I played a lot of video game. I played a lot on my channel, More Than Blade Warband, and people say like when they talk about like I don't know if you're familiar with it. People would talk a lot when you explain the Conqueror phase, like that's what you do. Like you just started with a nobody and then you build up an army, and then you take out those strongholds. Then at some point you try to become a king, and So I thought it was funny because you're talking about it. I was thinking about it, and then people in the chat mentioned it.
Yep.
We've talked a bit about. Well, we've mentioned caravans as well. We talked about the stronghold. What at the Conqueror level? Let's look at wizards or mages, priests, and sorry, I'm trying to use the terms. I just don't remember what they all are. And the thieves of the game, the Crusader, and the thieves of the game. I'm guessing at this level, you don't have a full-on thieves guild network that spans, multiple metropolises, but you're probably going to be more than just yourself. So what's the thief doing at this point? What's the wizard doing at this point? And what are the holy folks doing at this point?
Yeah. So the thief can himself conduct the hijinks, which is the abstract thiefy stuff. And he can also hire ruffians, which are like the thief equivalent of mercenaries. And then he can hire the ruffians and then order them to do missions for him. And as just like with ruling a domain, a thief doesn't have to be 9th level to have a criminal syndicate. In fact, like if you go to, some crappy hamlet that has 100 families living there, they may well have a thief who has a criminal syndicate there. And it's like him and his two dumb cousins. And like,
this is Daryl, my other brother, Daryl.
Yeah. But nevertheless, like you could model that. And so so often what happens is a mid-level thief is in a small town and he's like building up his little gang. It's 6, 7, 8 guys. He's doing some stuff. And when you're doing it, until you establish your own criminal guild, the hijinks aren't as profitable because you basically have to pay off the existing gangs. But once you establish your own, you know, then it becomes more profitable. But of course, if you haven't eliminated the competition before then. So as an example, we actually had a really fun time with this in Lord of the Rings ACKS because one of the players decided to play a chaotic hobbit burglar. and so she she ended up taking over the entire town of Tharbad's criminal guilds by around 7th level. Because Tharbad, you know, wasn't a huge town, so like the highest level thief was 7th or 8th level, and you know they started small, and then they killed off a couple guys, and then they recruited that guy's henchmen to be their henchmen, and then they went over here, and then they did some more hijinks, and they killed off some more guys, and then recruited those survivors, and at that point they were pretty powerful, so then they approached this other guy, you know, and it you could do. There's one group playing ACKS right now has done an entire campaign of nothing but thieves setting up to become the Godfathers. They call it Ocean's 11 AD. So
that's funny. Yeah,
it's just fantastic. Yeah. So that's the thieves. So with the mages, so what's going to happen is often you start to get called to do downtime activities of magic research, researching new spells, creating custom spells is something people really like. You can do that at 5th level. And then it starts to become, well, in order to make the magic items, you need to have the monster parts. Well, where do you get the monster parts? Well, you can get monster parts by going on adventures to get the special components yourselves, or you could hire other people to do that for you and use the abstract rules, or you could go into the marketplace and get monster parts in the marketplace, working with your venturer friend who's got a
monster market.
Yeah, it's all modeled. So you know, so again, all these things hook together, and then likewise, like okay, you're a crusader or a priestess. You can spend your time wandering around town and casting divine magic on the peasants and the urban dwellers to acquire congregants and giving services, doing charitable good deeds. That helps you get congregants, which gives you divine power that you can use to make magic items. You can become the chaplain, run the spiritual aspects of you know, Bob's domain, etc. So they all tie together.
Are there any Conqueror, so to speak, style spells? Like now that we've gone to this phase, let's again using D&D terms. You start off with a level 1 magic missile. Well, now that we're up here and we're leading people, I'm probably staying in my wizard tower, or at least a lot of times sending people out. Do I get, say, like, I don't want to get into domain play yet, but like realm-based or army-based spells, so to speak, something that
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how to describe it any better than that, but so what are a couple examples of those?
So I mentioned one of them earlier, which is Arrows of the Sun, which lets an entire company of archers start firing fiery arrows on a battlefield. That's a fun one. There's Conflagration, which just drops an enormous amount of fire right onto an entire company, so you can wipe out about 120 men. That's a very powerful spell. But then there's some others. There's like Greater Clairvoyance, which lets you see through the eyes of birds or bats up to 500 miles away. So you can do like the Saruman thing, where like he's seeing through the eyes of the crows as they're flying over the Lord of the Fellowship. Let's see. There's Locate Place of Power is another one that's pretty interesting, which lets you scan the land to find where there's the strongest sources of magical energy that you could tap.
So kind of artifact hunting, so to speak?
Kind of artifact hunting. You can summon weather and control the weather, which can have a really big impact on mass combat for sure.
The Harp weather machine.
You know, like summon rains, creates mud, slows the enemy down. Like you can do all kind of fun stuff like that. Let's see, what are some of the other fun stuff that we've seen?
I mean, I'm not trying to trip you up, but it's still
it
kind of amazes me the fact that, like, okay, let's see this. Let's see if there's like quote unquote Conqueror level wizardry, and boom, it's right there, and all of that makes sense for that level. You know,
it's all really fun stuff. Okay, so here's some of the fun ones. So like 9th level, you might have Rouse the Fallen, which is an animate dead spell, but it only works on dead soldiers, but it works on a lot of them. And so you're just casting there, and so you're on the battlefield and troops are dying, and you're just sending them back into the battle as zombies. Super fun.
I'm in.
So that's a really fun one. Another one, Illusory Terrain, which you cast a spell, you can set up and you cast it before the battle, and so then you get to put an extra piece of terrain on the battlefield, and they don't know that it's an illusion, and you hide troops beneath it, things like that. So yes, there's tons of Conqueror level magic and tons of King level magic, which is really
that's
cool.
that's the thing when you go like in the domain play and stuff like that, and you go the old gamut and you do the army then battle, it gives you more like fiddly bit to play with. So you can like there's a lot of spell like in old school D&D that barely saw any play because we don't do this kind of stuff. But now like there's a reason for control weather and stuff like that. It's like they become much more relevant.
Well, I also like it because I visualize, again, as somebody who played in the past a lot of wizards. I'm more on the cleric side now. I like the idea that I'm on the battlements, maybe with the archers and so forth, and I've got these things that I can do that are out there, that I'm helping the troops out there. I don't have my 120-foot range for fireball. I'm doing something that actually affects the battle from back here with the leadership where I should be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll give you some examples. So when we did some of our big battles where the mages got really involved, so one of the tactics they did was they cast Summon Weather to summon a thunderstorm, and then they cast Call Lightning, which lets you call down lightning from the thunderstorm. And so instead of having to sit there and cast Fireball, you're just like... Cool. So then the other side cast Dispel Magic to dispel the summoned weather, right? And then at a certain point at higher levels, like we had dueling wizards doing control weather spells over the battlefield because one side had a lot of archers and didn't want rain, and the other side didn't, so they wanted really heavy rain, and it was just going back and forth. We had wizards using Move Earth. For instance, you move. So the old problem is like we're defending the hill, and so but we can't go at the enemy. We need him to attack us. Well, Move Earth, you move the hill, right? Or like you use Move Earth, you change the course of a river. We had one battle where they like just changed the course of a river to cut the enemy's retreat off. I mean, fantastic stuff. It's super awesome.
That animate dead spell. How fresh does the corpses need to be?
They don't need to be super fresh as far as
okay. Imagine this.
And skeletons.
Imagine this, right? You tell your wizard that they're going to animate dead, but you pick the battleground at like this old swamp where a battle once happened, right? And it's swampy and it's gross. But you then cast that environment spell to make it look like it's a grassland. The other army runs into the swamp and gets mired in the swamp as the dead rise. Oh, that's great.
You have the makings of a powerful Dark Lord.
Somebody clip that.
Yep, totally.
Okay. Anything you guys want to ask or talk about on the Conqueror side? Otherwise, I'm going to move us forward into the domain or King side.
No, you go ahead.
L had some questions in the chat. So,
L?
Basically, like he was asking, what was it?
Piraj. Oh, you say that? Piraj?
Like, who is naming you Baron at level 3, Marquis at level 4, Viscount at level 5? And I was trying to explain, like, I don't think it's that regimented. You have to work at it. Like, the game gives you the rules to attempt that stuff, but it's not automated. Like, you don't hit level 7 and then you're a Marquis. It's like, no, you actually have to be level 7 and then work at being a Marquis. I assume anyway.
It's a great question, actually. So let me explain how it works. So one of the big problems that domain systems have always had in Dungeons & Dragons is you have an experience point system, and players tend to respond to incentives, so they want to do things that will get them experience points. But if you can run a domain and get experience points for doing so, then this raises the question of, well, given enough time, why isn't every domain ruler a 14th or 20th level character? Because he's just sitting there every month getting experience points for running his domain. Or conversely, if you don't get experience points for running a domain, why is that my end game when I should just keep adventuring to get more powerful? Okay, so it's a big problem. Likewise with magic research, right? Like if you don't get experience points for magic research, how do wizards ever level up by doing magic research? How does the wizard in his tower ever advance in levels? If you do get experience points for magic research, why don't you just hang out and do magic research all the time? Okay, so what ACKS does is it has a rule called your GP threshold. And the GP threshold goes up as you level. It starts off at like 25 gold pieces, then it's 50, then it's 100, etc. And that's the amount of value you have to generate from your downtime activities before you earn any experience points from downtime activities.
Oh.
Because the assumption is you could earn that much taking no risk whatsoever. Like a first level fighter can just hire himself out as a marshal to teach other people sword fighting for 25 gold pieces. So he gets no experience points for that. He's just earning a wage. So to the extent that you exceed your GP threshold, then you get experience points and you advance. What that means, so now take a domain, the amount of gold that the domain generates for you, and therefore the amount of experience points, is going to depend on the size of the domain and the number of families. So if I have a domain at 3rd level that's getting me experience points, eventually it gets me to 4th level. And then it doesn't give me experience points anymore because now the earning from the domain is less than the threshold, which tells us that's why we know that barons with small domains tend to be 3rd level. Because if they had bigger domains, they'd be higher level. And if they had too small a domains, they wouldn't have gotten to that level. Right. So it all seamlessly integrates in a very coherent manner. And so the other thing that this means is that at any given moment, every noble in the setting is incentivized to try and take over his buddy's domain or to advance in power, because then that's how he levels up. Right. And so you as the player, you're like so excited at 7th level, you've got a county, you've taken it over, you're getting experience points, then you hit 8th level and you stop getting experience points. And you're like, okay, well, now it's time to attack the duchy. And so then you go for the duchy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it also lets us tell, like, you can literally just look at the size of a domain, how many people live there, and you'd be like, all right, its ruler is probably 8th level. Done. Like, I've done all the math for you. Everything is integrated. I've taken into account average revenues, GP threshold, everything. So it's super easy. So that's how we know what, so let's imagine you're a 1st level character and you take over, let's say a 1st level character, somehow you take over the empire. Okay. So now, you're getting an amazing amount of experience points. So now you're 2nd level, next month you're 3rd level, et cetera. But you're also completely incapable of running that domain because there's a system that basically the more powerful the domain is relative to your level, the lower the morale. So when that 1st level character takes over the empire, there's like a -13 penalty to morale checks that month, as everyone is. And so then all your vassals are betraying you, and you're losing control of this province, and a rebellion occurs, and you're like, oh.
And there's a lot of historical context to that. I mean, again, we talked about before, Alexander the Great. What happened after he died?
Exactly. Exactly.
You see,
that would be. Yep.
Finish your thought.
No, you guys get it. Yeah, don't need to say.
I was gonna say, like, and that's just pure, like, the simulationist rules. But then you can also add narrative. It's like, well, you took over this duchy. Now you pissed off the king because that duke was like his cousin.
Yep.
and you're just some upstart adventurer. So
exactly. And for the people that enjoy more zero prep or dice driven play, we have a whole table of vagaries that you can roll on each month, which are like, disease breaks out, or neighboring kingdom declares war, or
now that's something I would use. Well, maybe not the war part, but I like the idea of disease breaking out. Having a new plague start and actually turning that into entire mini campaign. I love stuff like that.
Absolutely. So you can, and we have vagaries. Basically, vagaries of rulership, vagaries of and then vagaries of warfare, and then vagaries of battle. There's also vagaries of trade for people that, like, if you want to run a passive business, you're like, oh, I just want to set up a tavern. Well, there's tables you can roll each month for what happens in your tavern.
Oh, I know players who have tried to do a lot of that. So yeah, I like that. Go ahead, Mr. Max.
Yeah, I was a bit. That's what I like about you, Alexander. Is like you see this problem. Like you say, like, people respond to incentive, and they want to get like a experience for doing those activity, but also you cannot just get experience and you get like those two things, and like a lot of people will just say like, people will figure it out, so just wave it, but you don't. You actually try to solve the issue, and you put the work in, you think about it. That's what I think. Like, that's what makes ACKS a different game in the sense, because it's like there's actually some game design that went into it. It's just not like, well, whatever, people like,
I feel it should be this.
Just figure it out. like well, you said, like, I'm a professional, like you said that in a few video, and that's the approach I like. You take game design seriously. Like,
I do.
Yeah,
maybe too seriously.
I really appreciate that.
I wish the spot where I work. So what about just marrying into the neighboring royal family?
Okay, so that's fantastic. So there actually, there is in fact a vagary where you can get offered a marriage or where you can offer a marriage to your vassals. So, and we can walk through that. So let's say your character marries, he has high charisma, he does some cool deeds, and he marries into this family and he gets a domain. Okay. So then he's going to start to get domain experience points. His domain morale is going to be based on his charisma, his level, the size of the domain, his tax policies, but also things like his alignment, his religion, right? So like if he's a Zaharan ruin guard devoted to darkness and he marries into the realm, people are going to be like, I'm not sure if I really want a Zaharan ruin guard ruling my kingdom, even if he did marry the princess. So like all of that gets factored in. And so then you start getting domain XP. You start having domain morale. Depending on your morale, you might have rebellions, you might have immigration, you might have emigration. You'll earn more or less money, and so you'll start to level up, right? And then the GM will be using the vagaries charts to determine other things that are happening. So if war gets declared against you, bad omens freak the peasants out, whatever it may be. So easy peasy, like has happened in my games, can be handled by ACKS, no problem.
There we go. I like that. All right. Okay, guys, you ready to move on to domain play? The big dogs now. We're going to be emperors and kings and evil wizards in big towers that control islands or something. All right. So, again, I'm sure the transition isn't just a binary 1 and 0. No. There's a transition phase. So how do we transition from, all right, we've had our squads, we were the barons, now we're uplifted, we've decided, I guess we've taken over the duchy, or we're controlling massive armies. How does that growth happen?
Well, it happens organically. It's not like a Boolean thing, and it's not something the game forces on you. It happens organically. And, being a king is it's a matter of scale relative to, say, being a baron or a count or whatever title you want to have. Everything in the game is scaled. So the combat system, the mass combat system, has 4 scales: platoon scale, company scale, battalion scale, brigade scale, which is troops, the size, which is 30-man troops, 120-man troops, 480-man troops, and 1,920-man brigades, right? Okay. All the domains are also scaled. So a king has vassals who are usually princes or counts, or princes or dukes. A duke has vassals who are counts and marquises. A count has vassals who are barons, all the way down. So so getting from conqueror to king is a change in scale, right? It's a change in scale. Typically, this is how it goes down. Remember, I've said the way you set it up, you've got the emerging super threat. You've got like the threat that's distracting all the venal and useless current leadership, who are scumbags that deserve to be overthrown. The players start to get powerful, and so initially they get recruited, by some lord who sees some advantage in working with them. And there's this moment of excitement. They're like, "Oh, this is so great! We're working with the lord, and we're going to get to see how it all gets done." And then, of course, the discovery is, oh my God, these are depraved, terrible people who are mismanaging the realm, and they don't understand about the great evil that's coming, and we're trying to warn them, and they're not listening to us. And so then you end up at some point, whether it's by murder, warfare, who knows what, they end up taking power by force or manipulation. Okay. And then at that point, now they're conquerors. So then as conquerors, the way you progress to king is more or less you use your position as conqueror to take out the other rivals for power to establish yourself. So in the original Arn Empire campaign, they took over the borderlands. There were different factions. There was a civil war. Once they had control of the borderlands, then they were in a position to be able to defend themselves from the existential evil threat of the sorcerer king coming from the waste. So yeah. So I guess the way I would describe it is adventurer tier. You're fighting monsters and other low-level threats. Conqueror tier, you're fighting monsters and other threats, but you're also fighting the humans that are mismanaging the realm. And then king tier, having taken control of the realm, you're now back to fighting, but now you're fighting at the army scale against very powerful threats.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So go ahead.
I feel like there should also be like a change of tone between conqueror and king, and at some point, like when you become in the king tier, like you have like your right to rule is kind of more recognized. Like
that's
when
right.
you conqueror, you're like a kind of upstart. The noble is going to be upset at you. You're disturbing the established order. At some point, people can accept it. You know what? Maybe he's fit for the position. So there's a change of tone there, like with how you deal with other people.
Yeah, and the game models that. So when you take over a domain, you start with negative of whatever the prior domain ruler's morale modifier was, plus modifiers based on how badly you looted and damaged the territory. But over time, the morale tends to trend towards the morale it should be based on your charisma and level. So like when you first take over, like we had in the Lord of the Rings acts when they first took over the broken kingdom of Cardolan in, early Third Age. And, there was civil war and this guy's rebelling and this guy's rebelling, but eventually you put it all down. And so you've established your firm rule. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start on the character side of it. What generically so what is the special ability, or I hate saying that what does the warrior get at this point? I'm guessing it's, hey, I have the ability to lead armies really well, and then what does the wizard, what does the crusader, what does the thief get at this level to show that, hey, we are at this epic level where we are running nations?
Yeah. So at 9th level, if the fighter has built a stronghold, he's going to attract followers, he's going to attract peasants. At 9th level, he also becomes capable of commanding battalions of troops. At 11th level, he can command brigades of troops. And he also is himself, at that point, a force on the battlefield to be reckoned with. He's a one-man wrecking ball because he can take out 10 guys per combat round, or maybe even more, depending on how he's equipped. And the fighters get a morale bonus that the other classes do not, right? So a realm and an army run by a fighter tends to have slightly more morale than an army run by a wizard.
That makes sense because they trust that he knows how to actually send them into battle. And
the other thing is that fighters actually get more proficiencies as they level than other classes. So mages and intelligence type characters tend to be a little front loaded because they get bonus based on their intelligence, but they don't get as many proficiencies over time because they're assumed to be spending most of their time on their core career path of being a mage and learning spells. Fighters get more proficiencies, which means in turn they could pick up leadership or military strategy or siege engineering. And so they have this advantage when they get to those higher levels, that they've got a broader skill set. And so by default, most of the quote unquote good guy kingdoms tend to be run by fighters or fighter types. Okay, so for the Crusader, the Crusader can go the path of being a ruler if he wants to. He can build a fortified temple, he can attract followers. The Crusader can also work as a spiritual advisor, chaplain type for one of the fighter characters. We've already discussed that, but now it's at very large scale. The Crusader and the Priestess also gain the ability to do, like, they can do blessings on the ruler, which increase the ruler's morale and the productivity of his lands. They can do ritual magic to make the fields more fertile.
I was going to ask that question. There you go, because I was going to.
So all of that is in there. Okay, so the mages at 9th level, they attract apprentices. They can have the apprentices help them with their magic research or assign them to do other magic research projects. At 9th level, not only can they do scrolls and potions, but now they can also do permanent magic items. And then at 11th level, they get access to crossbreeds, constructs, necromancy, and ritual magic. And so like an 11th level mage can call down a cataclysm that destroys a 24-mile hex. Kind of powerful.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful.
Or he can unleash a plague, that devastates enemy kingdoms. So, but there's not very many 11th level mages around, right? Like it's pretty rare demographically because of how much effort you have to get there. And then the thief is going to go from, I've got some ruffians working to me, to I'm the manager of this criminal guild. And once you set up a criminal guild, as you level up, you can then actually set up sub guilds under you where you have sub bosses and they're sending you tribute payments and et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, so it's very fun.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to bring it up because I like the fact that you've thought of this stuff, not because I would necessarily go this way, but let's look at the trade. I am a mercantile master. I am now the monopoly. As you said before, the Elon Musk. I don't really rule a kingdom, but I've got the money. I'm what's his nuts? Microsoft. I forget, Gates. I'm buying up farmland now because I can.
You're the Bank of Bravos.
The banks. There you go. The Bank of Bravos. That's a good one from Game of Thrones.
Totally.
So first of all, are there rules for that in the game, or how would that kind of play out? How would you incorporate that?
All right. Literally, 12th level monopoly power. If the venturer has established a guild house in a settlement, he can use it to seize monopoly power in the settlement. Thereafter, he earns 1 gold piece per month in monopoly revenue per urban family in the urban settlement. He does not need to be the ruler to earn this revenue. If he is the ruler, it's in addition to his domain revenue. Only one venturer in each urban settlement can earn monopoly revenue from each urban family. If there's more than one venturer, then either the character must eliminate his rivals or come to a deal to share the monopoly revenue between the various venturers. So yes,
stop having rules for everything. I'm trying to get a gotcha in here.
Yeah, so you get up to that level, and like you set up your guild house, you seize monopoly power, and it's good fun. You can also set up trade routes. You also get access to capital. As a high-level venturer, at 8th level, you get access to capital, which then allows you to borrow money each month to put into further benefits. And the amount of money you can borrow is based on the settlement that you're operating out of. So if you're like operating out of Rome, you can borrow 100,000 gold pieces a month.
Oh, wow.
Which is really great because magic research and raising armies is really expensive. So then you're loaning money to your friends, and it's super fun.
I was going to ask that, like, so you mentioned those thresholds. So what if you're like a fighter who wants to be king, but you're having trouble like meeting a certain threshold? But, there's a character out there who's like a level 14 venturer, and he's like, running the banks of Bravos or whatever it's called. And like you ask him, like, hey, can you loan me that money to like reach this threshold? But now he owns you basically, and now you have to like, you have to like pay interest. You have to do him favors and like all that stuff. And like I assume there's rules for that. And
there's rules for money lending and money borrowing, interest rates, and as well as passive investment, all of that.
I am a loan shark. Yes,
you could be a loan shark if that's what you want to be. And there's all sorts of really funny vagaries that can happen. You get a noble sponsor, and so now you're protected from criminal action or whatever.
And then when the fighter become king, it kicks you out of the kingdom.
Right.
But then once yourself you're a level 14 king, maybe you hire a level 14 thieves guild to take out that venturer that you owe money to, and now he's off your case. So
exactly, many such case.
Yeah.
And that's how you keep your dynasty alive. So what is?
But that's also how you become the despicable ruler that some other adventurer wants to take out.
Only if they find out.
Right? Exactly.
Only if the campaign continues.
That's when Jeffro comes in.
I killed all the other players, so guess what? I run the campaign now. So good job.
Yeah,
but that's when guys like Jeffro and John Mollison come in with the other party that's being run at the other table to take over your table.
Yeah, but they're all Muppets, so that doesn't count.
They're all Muppets, yeah. So it
what's
or it's a Rifts game.
Or it's a Rifts game. There you go. Weird demons popping in. What is the level cap? What is the level cap for the game?
14.
Oh, 14. Yeah.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
and I should mention. So there's two reasons for that. So one, basic expert. Right, homage, 14th. But also, and this is a key point, is in order for a game to advance to the point where you care about having kings and armies, the characters can't be so powerful that they don't need armies, right?
Yeah.
Like Superman doesn't care about armies because Superman is Superman, and he just eats armies for breakfast. So by capping it at 14, we stop the characters at a level where they're very powerful, but they're not superhuman beings that are, traveling through the outer planes and changing the very nature of reality.
I mean, human capability can only go so far.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Right.
But you carved out the Immortals part of Vecmi, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Like Immortal was like 20 to 36, no?
All right. Well, okay. So that actually raises another funny point. So because we have the rules for clerics, crusaders, and priestess tracking divine power from their congregants, I actually ended up having sort of an economic model of divine power. How much divine power do you get per worshiper? And then I was able to make a formula to convert that into how much divine power it would cost to cast various spells. And so now there's actually mechanics in the game that are new for Acts 2 that you can actually set yourself up as a god king where you have them worship you instead of worship their traditional gods. And then you then start to accumulate the divine power, which you can use for your own purposes, including sustaining yourself in immortality. So good times.
Yes.
So
but can you turn yourself into a man worm?
Yes, you could.
Nice. Yeah.
Absolutely. Crossfitting rules. Yeah.
So other than the existential threat, what is the purpose for somebody like me who I've usually bypassed domain play? It's just not been something I've been interested in. What is my rationale for wanting to do domain?
Well, first off, you get experience points. So there's a strong incentive to have a domain so that if I have a domain and you don't, and you're just like blowing off all your downtime drinking and carousing, I'm going to advance in level faster than you. I'm going to become more powerful. I'm going to have more gold.
Okay.
So also having domains makes you better off at doing mass combat because you have troops to call on. And mass combat is one of the most effective ways of getting gold and experience points in the game, because as the commander of an army or a division, you get experience points based on all the spoils of war you collect from all the slain soldiers and the hostages that you ransom, et cetera, et cetera. And so very often what happens is groups are like, I'm not that into mass combat, but, let's do this mass combat and see how it goes. And then afterwards they're like, I love mass combat. We need to hire more troops. And so, yeah. Beyond that, beyond those two answers, that question is a difficult one. It's kind of similar to like, if I don't like dungeon crawling, why should I dungeon crawl?
That's fair. No, I get that. I didn't mean to ask it in that way. I was just like, is there more? My point was, is there more to it than just, okay, there's an existential threat? And honestly, you've mentioned it a few times, but for whatever reason, it didn't get in my 50-year-old skull here, is that, no, that downtime matters. The downtime XP matters a lot. Yeah, so I probably should ask more questions about that.
Yeah, my sense is players respond to incentives, And so whatever it is that you want the game to be about, they should be incentivized to do. And so that's where the GP threshold system and the domain experience point system and all that become relevant. So Flint Dilly is a guy I know, and Flint was good friends.
Really? Wrote all my favorite Transformer episodes.
Right? So Flint was buddies with Gary Gygax, and Flint told me once, he said that in order to understand Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, you had to remember that Gary worked as an actuary. And so to understand AD&D, and you look at why are all these charts about randomly dying of diseases in the Dungeon Master's Guide, and why are all these weird charts for all these weird random events that can happen? It's because, that was how Gary thought about the world. He was an actuary, and so he had been trained to model weird random events happening in a world, and what's the risk of them. And I was like, okay, when you reread the Dungeon Master's Guide with that basis, you're like, okay, I grok this now. I get it. So my training is as a historian and a lawyer. And the type of law, the sort of the school of law that I studied in law school was called law and economics, which is the idea was, how does the nature of law shape the economic behavior of the people that participate in that legal system?
Okay.
And it's like a whole school of thought that basically says that, the economic outcome depends on the nature of the laws that you put in place. And so what I did in my last year of law school was I took law and economic thinking and I applied it to massively multiplayer games, and I showed how the game design changed the economic behavior of the characters that played the game. And so this was like something that's always stuck in my head. Players respond to incentives. I, as the game designer, am the lawmaker. And so it's my job to structure the economy in the broadest sense of experience points, gold, divine power, spells, everything, so that the incentive structures line up correctly and there's like a circular economic flow.
Okay. We got a $5 super chat here. Raven for $5. Which playable PC race is the most poorly conceived? Halfling, Kender, Tiefling, or Gully Dwarf? Gully Dwarfs, well, I guess they technically can be player characters, but they're very setting specific.
Kender.
Why? Just out of curiosity, why would you say that? I'm truly interested in that.
Because if Kender actually existed, they would be extinct.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't know.
What about Tiefling?
Because people that have no sense of fear, like actual people that are born without a sense of fear, tend to die young, because you need a sense of fear in order to not die young. And if you combine kleptomaniacs with no sense of fear, you will have created the race that everyone else wants to kill, and they will kill them. So there will be no Kender.
Since I'm neither Weiss nor Hickman, I'm not going to go into a actually mode in there. But no, I actually have no issues with halflings. I think that one, not for Raven, because I know a lot of people say this, that one's kind of silly. I don't like any of the three, and I won't let players be any of the other three.
But the question also like say PC race. So is that like a thing like which one is the worst for player character? Which one is like to be an adventure and stuff like that? I think that can be a different answer.
Oh, I see. Yeah, then it's probably halfling for me.
Yeah. It says conceived. So yeah, I meant bad at first. I thought it said received, And I was like, well, lately it's probably tieflings, but.
Well, thank you for the $5. Though we're $45 away from a potential giveaway if we're going to have it. We're getting close to. Well, I cannot believe it's been 3.5 hours. Or seriously, I can't believe that because. I need to talk about the physical books now. Like, what are people going to be getting in this case? By the way, just as a side note, I checked beforehand and now I'm checking now. I'm not going to take full credit for this, but before we started, you had 685 followers on the Kickstarter. You're now at 708.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody.
So, I hope every one of those folks decides to back the project. So, I know you don't have it up fully up yet. So, if there's anything you can't tell us, that's fine. But tell us about what you're going to be getting, folks. Because I saw a copy on one of the streams. I saw you show a picture of the books, and I was like, I want that. That book looks amazing.
Yeah. So, I want them to really be like, collector's items that people feel really good about owning. So, we're doing leatherette covers with gold leaf on top, and it's going to be black with gold, full color interior pages of the same really high quality we did for Buy This ACKS. There's 3 volumes, so there's the revised rule book, which is kind of the player's handbook plus. Then there's the judge's journal, and then there's the monstrous manual. The revised rule book is the largest book. It's about 550 pages because it incorporates everything you need.
Completely modular, folks. Completely modular.
I mean, having now designed 2 different games, one that had a core book that was relatively small with lots of add-on source books, and then Ascendant, which is one big book, I've decided the big books are actually better.
I agree.
It's a lot easier to be like, we don't need to worry about chapter 11 right now, than it is to be like, oh, I forgot to bring the Dungeoneer's survival manual.
Couldn't
like,
agree with you more.
I gotta buy this
awesome.
now for $11.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
So
Or like, or I gotta buy this now for like $11.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's 3 books, about 550 pages, 500 pages, and 450 pages. That page count may come down once the layout artist works her magic, because right now it's all just single column, and double column often saves pages. But then we'll have some art. So that's about where it is. So the best tier, if you want everything, is the demigod tier, which is $175, and it gets you.
That's it. For having 3 mega books like that.
Yeah. Now I feel stupid.
And the PDF.
It's $400. No.
It's $1,200.
Yeah, it's $175. That's the early bird. If you miss the early bird, it goes up to $200.
Okay.
But for 3 books plus 3 PDFs, and you also get a judge's screen. So it's pretty good.
No, like I kind of want to tell people like, don't miss the early bird, but at the same time, like, well, I fucking want to get the early bird.
Right.
So are there a limited number of early birds or just a limited time frame?
Right now it's limited number, although now that I have so many people signing up, I might change it to limited time frame of like first 2 days instead.
Okay.
So for the physical copies, is it literally just the leather-bound ones, or are you also offering like print-on-demand versions?
Down the road, there'll be print-on-demand versions that'll have, normal covers and sort of your typical drive-through RPG feel. But, the ones I'm doing are going to be...
So here's one of my problems with, we'll call them like really good collector's books. I've got pretty much every one that I've backed from a game, whether it goes to, Mutineer Zero or Besom or whatever. I never want to touch... Heck, the recent Rifts one with the Cyberworks collection. I don't want to touch the collector's books because, well, that's what they are. So I and one of the things that I don't want to say I'm irked about, but I'm loving the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles new Kickstarter that's coming out. But all the books are gonna be special cover, yada yada. I just want a book that I can have at the table. Maybe it's just black and white. It's got a crap cover or it's got a standard cover, whatever on it. Doesn't have little silver foiling on the side. Just something that I can use for the players, because I don't want to use those books. Because I open them 5 times and they're no longer collector's editions because the pages look a little weird now, or they have fingerprints on them. You get what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Is there something like that, or what is it about your books that's going to make me want to use them as both shelf pieces and at the table?
So you're the first person who's ever told me that he wants me to have lower production value in my books.
Well, maybe not for the collector's book, but but for the mass market that I put on the table book.
I mean, I guess my assumption is that people who want that will just order them print on demand from Drive-Thru RPG.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Yeah. Because those books are never of fantastic quality. The color art is always a little bit a little bit off, and so that's probably what I think will happen.
Okay, as long as there's a print on demand, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Also, wait, if you take the that's
Shut
what I
up
was saying.
about Lulu.
I was about to say that if you get the full,
Yeah,
full thing,
Lulu.
you get a PDF as well. You can ask Lulu print them.
I actually
Lulu
know
is
people
awesome
have done
quality.
that.
Wait, say that again. Say that again. You know people have done what?
So they take the book in PDF and then they upload the PDF to Lulu.
And I got my account terminated by Lulu for doing that.
Did you really?
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Lulu, I'll send you the email chain that we had back and forth between me and Lulu because I was like, WTF? They're like, we're not a print house. I said, I actually have a document that says I'm allowed to print out this book from the creader. We don't do that. And they terminated my account.
That's because he ordered 600 copies of Fatal.
No, I didn't. That would be funny. So I just want to say, for all the people out there who say they still do that, congratulations. Continue to do so. I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you that I personally had my account terminated by Lulu for doing that.
Wow, that sucked. Yep. I did not know that. Wow. So Alex has been freezing on occasions. It's okay. We can still hear him. So, by the way, do you go by Alex or Alexander? I don't. So I go by Alex, like in face to face. I always use Alexander online because there's this guy who's like an international crime lord named Alex Macris. I never wanted people to Google me and see that I was an international crime lord.
So he wants a level 14 Thieves Guild.
Yeah. But he's like this super good looking Greek criminal who's like married to a supermodel and like his brother got assassinated and it's like really crazy. So now
real quick, and I don't know if you can talk about this, but what sort of stretch goals do you have in mind? I know I saw the recent tweet that you have partnered with Chuck Dixon.
Right? Stop. We are going to.
I'm going to get to that.
You're like heathen dog, man.
No, I'm going to get to. No, I'm not going to. But what I'm saying is I'm saying that what kind of stretch goals do you have?
Yeah, I can tell you. All right, so everyone who pledges day one gets the ACKS 2 conversion guide PDF, which is how to convert your campaign to ACKS 2. Okay, so whatever other game you're running, here's how you convert it. If we fully fund on day one, everyone gets the conversion guide PDF.
Oh, nice.
Okay. At 65,000, everyone who pledges gets the ACKS 2 Grey Brotherhood Adventuring Party Bundle. This is 6 first level characters ready for adventure on character sheets based on my actual play series. At 80,000 raised, everyone who pledges gets a copy of ACKS 2 one-page dungeon set number 1 with 3 dungeons. At 100,000, you get dungeon set number 2, which is for mid-level characters. At 125,000, you get dungeon set number 3, which features 3 adventures for higher level characters. And we put all 9 one-page dungeons into an appendix in the judge's journal. Okay, at 125,000. At 150,000, we add 3 new campaign classes to the rulebook. At 200,000, we do the official ACKS 2 Foundry module. At 350,000, we do the official ACKS Foundry module with more integrated stuff. And at 500,000, we further expand it with a fully integrated version of our starter dungeon.
Wow.
Yeah. Also,
okay, that's
if we reach 1,000 backers, all backers receive a complimentary digital album called Songs of Empire by composer Jared Burrell with tracks to bring sort of like an R and Empire vibe to your table.
Oh, does that include the choir?
Yes. Well, that sounds honestly, it sounds great. Do you have anything else kind of like, well, we might add this to the list. We'll see if stretch goals. Or are you pretty solid in those stretch goals?
No, it's done. Like
that's good.
Point,
okay.
That's because I've learned that there can be stretch goal creep from people, and all of a sudden the pie in the sky gets a little too full, and
you're making me feel cheap because I'm planning a Kickstarter and my stretch goals are like, give me like 6,000 and you get everything. Like you're like, give me like 300,000.
Well, so I mean, let me explain why, right?
Yeah.
So 3 500-page books, I need $50,000 just
that
to
makes
cover the
sense.
cost of printing and layout, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And I wrote those books basically. There's a few contributors, but it's essentially 1,300 pages of my writing over the last year. Mm-hmm. So like to even earn a reasonable living wage from the amount of effort required. Like if I don't hit 100,000, I lost money on it, right? Given the opportunity cost. And so this, like, it has to succeed, or basically like the future of Autark is sort of like very questionable, right? Like if I put all of my work in for a year and I can't make a 6-figure Kickstarter, like I've really failed. So, you know, and I'm hopeful, right? Like I've seen $1 million Kickstarters for games that I think are not as good as ACKS 2.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll have that success.
You know, I know, like I send you a little flower and stuff like that. Like I might sound like a fanboy, but I think like in the OSR, and I always caveat that I'm not the biggest OSR guy, but I think like ACKS should be the big OSR name. It should be the big OSR game. To be honest, like I think it's
from the sound of it. I agree. I would have to actually see it first before I can definitively do that, because I'm kind of already sold on. I have my OSR game of choice. If I'm not going to play Dungeons and Dragons, which I have multiple shelves of, I do have my one OSR game of choice. But here's what I'm going to say, and I mean this in all honesty. I'm not saying it because he's here. I may have been converted. I have to see it first, but I may have been converted, because it really does scratch every itch I have, and those I don't have now but may have later.
Well, that's okay.
No, please.
No, it should be the OSR game for the simulationists, I should say, because, you know, there's a lot of OSR people that like that. They just want to do dungeon crawls. And, you know, you've got OSE for that. You got Shadow Dark these days, which is like pseudo OSR. But like the people that want to get into the nitty-gritty, I saw that. People want to get into the nitty-gritty, ACKS should be the top choice.
But it being modular... It being modular, right, means that it can be for everyone. It can be for those mudcore people all the way up to the simulation people.
But that's the thing as well. Like there's a lot of people that want to do that like the wonkiness. You know, they have this nostalgia for the wonkiness of the old system. And like ACKS.
But Mr. Max, I'm one of those people. Like I like when people change Dungeons and Dragons, it makes me angry. Like I like everything. I like the Descending Armor class. But I like that for Dungeons and Dragons. That doesn't mean I have to have it in my next game. I love Palladium. I love Free League. So ACKS being different doesn't bother me in the slightest, because I don't see it as Dungeons and Dragons. I see it as its own thing. So I like a lot of what he's put together with this. We don't need that wonkiness, because if I want that, I would go play like all that right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that's been really freeing about getting off of the open game license, is I don't have to position myself as a D&D game or a D&D retro clone or whatever. It's like, you know, it's ACKS. It does its own thing, and that's okay. And to the point earlier of the modularity, one of the funny things about the ACKS 2 community, or the ACKS community in general, so if you sort of start discussing with the judges, you often find that people are talking past each other, and it's because none of them is actually playing ACKS exactly rules as written. Every single one of them has hacked the game in some way or another for their particular campaign setting or preference. And like, you know, and I regularly hear from people like, oh my God, I love ACKS so much, which is why I ported the entire economy over to 5e. Okay. You know, that floats your boat, man. That's awesome. Or be like, yeah, you know, we're going to use riffs, but we're going to port over ACKS to it or whatever. Like just weirdest stuff. But I think that's awesome, because that's how I am. You know, I hack the heck out of my games, and I think that's part of the creative fun of being a judge.
But that's something also like I want to say, because a lot of people say like, oh, you should play like a game raw and stuff like that. I'm always like, yeah, I get why people say that, like, you know, because like, oh, the designer know what they're doing. But like in modern game, that's not the case. A lot of fucking modern game are fucking poorly designed. So sometimes you can get a game and read it.
Start raw and then make the hack. You should start raw though.
You know, I've read a lot of the game, and sometimes I can take a game and read it and say like, well, this is gonna cause problem for that. You know, like I've played with enough game, I played with enough system. Sometimes I can see just by reading and say like, that rule is not good. It's not well written. It's not well thought out. But like, when you got with a game with raw, with a guy with like Alex there that did put a lot of thought in the game, then if you think about what before you start changing a rule, try to understand the rule, try to understand why it is there, because I can fucking guarantee you, and just hearing you talk tonight, again, that confirmed that if this rule is there, there's probably a good reason to be there. If this rule is in one way, there's probably a good reason to be in this way. So if you want to fiddle with it, make sure you understand it beforehand and make sure you understand the consequence of
Well,
it.
like sometimes you look at a game, but you haven't looked at all of it, and you just see a rule. It's like, well, this isn't well written. I can do better. But maybe that rule really ties closely into another rule, or like
there's a butterfly
another dozen
effect,
rules.
absolutely.
And so, like, even changing a rule that you think is bad initially, that might have like a huge effect. So you should at least like look at the game as a whole first and try to understand it, and that before you start hacking the hell out of it.
There's also a thing in game design where you want to homogenize your rules. So sometimes you're going to use the same subsystem that you use somewhere else, even though it's not perfect for this situation. But it's better to have an imperfect system than to have two systems close but different. So there's that thing as well. And you don't want to increase complexity needlessly. So, but
it very much goes back to like the lawmaker idea, right? Like people talk about Chesterton's fence and social reform, like you shouldn't take a fence down unless you know why the fence was built in the first place. Yeah. And I think that's the same thing is true of RPG design. Like I think people can be a little quick on the draw to throw rules out, not understanding why they were there.
What about adding to the fence? What about adding some barbed wire or like,
I'm all about that.
Build the wall, damn it. Build the wall.
So I always say that when you're talking about a game, especially in a public space, and not just your table, but to other people, that starting rules as written is the common language.
Yeah.
When you start talking about, if you approach somebody and start talking about your homebrew and they start talking to you about your homebrew or their homebrew, then all you're doing is you're building a Tower of Babel. Yeah. Where nobody knows what each one is talking about. So that's why I very much follow, hey, you got to read the fucking manual so that you know how to reference the fucking manual later. And it's just the way that it is. There's the common language. You can have your home rules, right? Or but you need that foundation.
And we've talked about that a lot here, even when talking about the different versions of D&D and all the homebrews of D&D and what people do. Victor and his stupid dwarf wizards. Well, that's not part of D&D. Well, it's part of my D&D. Well, that's not actual D&D, okay? But don't think that I don't do homebrewing and so forth as well. No, but that's the point, is we have to have this common starting point, and then from there, we can understand. I got a super chat to read now. I want to say something for folks. Folks, we're coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah, my voice is shot, so I'm about done.
Yeah, and I've only had one guest give me more than 4 hours ever, and I still think that was ridiculous. So there's a lot more we want to talk about. I'd love to invite Mr. Macris on again for something else, because yes, that Chuck Dixon thing, I wanted to talk about that as well, because I'm not a comic book guy, but I support Comicsgate. And just whatever else. If there are questions in here about talking about riffs and your passion for riffs, I'm not going to talk to you about that when you're here to talk about your own Kickstarter, but I would love to talk to you about stuff like that in the future.
Well, real quick on Conan.
Yes.
So we have it's Chuck Dixon's Conan, which is a very specific thing that we're licensing. And everyone who backs the ACKS 2 Kickstarter will basically be in the beta to get the text as we write of the Conan source book.
I like Chuck Dixon.
Oh man, so
I'm a big Punisher fan, so yeah.
That I'm super excited about. I am probably the biggest Conan fan in this entire panel. I mean, Max will tell you, the other Max will tell you, Victor will tell you, I'm gay for Conan.
I'm a pretty big Conan fan as well, but only like the Howard stuff. But
so am I, but literally.
And the movies, the first movie.
I love it all. It's all good to me.
No, I have 3 sets of complete collections of Howard's stories. I have the old Ace paperbacks. I've got the Chuck Dixon comics and the Chuck Dixon books that he wrote. I have 2 full sets of the Modiphius books.
Wow. Yeah, which were great, by the way. That was a great rule set.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. It really
was. Well, not the Conan rendition of it. We actually, thanks to him and Omenel, we covered it earlier this year. But the Mutant Chronicles version was way more understandable than the Conan version of how it was written.
But the Conan is more fun, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, I talked through your super chat earlier. I apologize.
Well, so we're still $5 short because I've got 2 to read now. Only one I can show, though. In a previous interview, Archon mentioned the monsters are far more based on mythological roots than D&D. Does this apply to Magic as well? Thank you for the $10, Black Lodge.
So that's a great question. So I actually did do a lot of research into mythological magic, but I ended up deciding that wasn't the route to go for the game. I might do it as a supplement later for someone who wants to have more of a Homeric or mythic magical system.
That's Homeric, Victor, not homoerotic.
Yeah, Homeric.
Okay.
Homeric is in like the Iliad or something like that, or the Odyssey.
So yeah, homoerotic, like you said.
Hey, those are my people you're talking about, Dutch boy.
I'm part Greek too, so don't worry.
And the main reason for that is that if you actually go back and look at sort of how the ancients talk about magic, it basically is like one of two things: either super subtle or an instant win button, and neither of those make for particularly great gameplay in the context of ACKS. So the ACKS magic system, probably the closest analog is the Prince of Nothing series.
Ooh. So. I'm torn. That series, I wanted to love it, but I don't want to read a book on philosophy. I want to read a fantasy novel, and I really struggled with that one because of that.
Yeah, I get it. I really love the series, and I really love the sequel series until the last book. And the last
there's a sequel series?
Oh yeah, Aspect Emperor. And the last book of the Aspect Emperor series was so upsetting to me that it actually sent a retrocausal arrow back through time that ruined my enjoyment of all previous 10 books. Like it was a spectacular betrayal by the author.
Oh wow. Yeah, I only got the original trilogy, and I got through the first book, and I started the second one. I was like, I just couldn't do it anymore. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
It's the only book I've ever given a 1-star rating to and written a review on Amazon. It was the last book of Aspect Emperor.
So, folks, I've got to do something here that's going to anger some people, but we'll come back, okay? I want to talk with Alex off screen for a bit, but he needs to go. We need to go. So I'm ending the stream. There's a caveat to this. I'll come back. I know you want the Hunger Games thing because we now have the money for it, and I have to give that to you. I get it. Let me read these last 2 super chats, but I don't want to keep him here. But I have to talk to him behind the scenes for just a moment. So I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to start it again, so it's going to be a different link, but you'll be okay with that. Also, then anybody can send this link out to people and give it to them, and it'll just be us talking. So let's do the for $5 here. Malachi says because Alexander Macris is is a Rifts fan, and that's $5 worth $5 right there. Thank you very much. We're again, my channel covers a lot of Palladium, so we're big Palladium fans. So Flady One Gaming for $30 over on the Rumble side. Thank you very much for the Rumble rant, Flady. If Malachi doesn't win the Hunger Game, it's rigged. So there we go. That pushes us to $100.32, which means we will play the Hunger Games, but it's going to be its own stream. So stand by for that if you care. Remember, if you super chatted, I will get your name in the list. And if you're a member, you're already in the list. And there we go. And then we'll do the Hunger Game thing live. And we'll call it a day. That's just going to be a short one, but I'm doing that for you guys. So cool. So any final words that you want to say? Is there anything we didn't cover that you want to just quickly get out there that you think is valuable? I wish we could have had more time, but I get 4 hours, man. I could not believe this 4 hours went by this fast. It really did for me. And I'd love to have you on again if we can make that work out.
Come back, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so any final words for the folks?
October 24, 12 noon Eastern time, ACKS 2 Kickstarter. I hope you'll check it out. I didn't try and design the game for everyone, but for the people that it's for, I think you'll find it, the best RPG you'll get for epic scale. There's nothing else like it on the market.
Awesome. Guys, I'm not going to have you shout at your channels today. I'm sorry. I've got your links in the description if you have a channel already. We are going to end this now. Folks that want to pay attention to the Hunger Games stuff, remember, you can only win if you watch. So, or, if you're there to receive the prize. So I'm going to end the stream. Thank you, everybody. This was an awesome time. Much better than, I should say much better than I thought. I was going to hate him. No. But it was 4 hours that just flew by like that. So I think this is amazing. And I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful weekend.
Dag iedereen.